สวัสดีครับเทศส
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so today is our great pleasure to organize the results of the international internships. So I'm very glad to see you all gathering together at our School of Pharmacy again. Okay, so not only the 6-year pharmacy student here, but also we have the 3rd year and 5th year pharmacy student who gonna have the international internships in the next academic year. So I think junior student and the senior student can sharing the information together. And okay, so let's start. Are you ready? So we have the program like this one. Okay, so let's start from the Chiba University Hospital for the clinical pharmacy internships. Okay, we are very welcome maybe 2 students from the Chiba University Hospital. So who will be the MC for these sessions? Okay, together นะคะเดี๋ยวเราช่วยกันเป็น MC ก็ได้เนาะเด็กๆนะคะเดี๋ยวให้อาจารย์จะได้ evaluate พวกเราOkay, let's start from the Chiba University Hospital.
So again, before the presentation start, so please give a big applause again to the Chiba University Hospital. Yeah.
So, good morning, professors, also friends and other students. I'm Yadawa Zakiat.
And Miriam Pisa.
And today we are going to present the summary of our clinical internship from the Chiba University Hospitals. So this is all of our content today, starting from the locations, and the big part of our presentations is about the activities. Then it will be about the accommodations, transportations, and short summary of our life in these internships. So start with the locations first. So Chiba University Hospital located in Chiba Prefecture, which is far from Tokyo, around 1 hour by using the trains. So to travel to Chiba Prefecture or Chiba University Hospital, we travel from Narita Airport to Chiba by using the train. So they have many different lines of the train, such as the Narita Express or Narita Line. So the cost will be different in each line, but we travel by using Narita Line from Narita Airport Terminal Station to Chiba Station. And so here is the hospital floor plan. So due to the scale and the number of the interconnected building, navigating the site is a bit challenge at first for us. But in each section they will have the dedicated to specific departments, and since our goal is to get a comprehensive overview of the entire faculty and also entire of the hospital, so we spend the time in every department across the campus. And here is where we work every day, so most of the pharmacist duty in Chiba University Hospital was operate in the basement floor. And this is a big part of our presentation, which is the activities. So starting from week 1, on the first day, every morning at the beginning of the week, we have the morning assembly or morning meeting with the Professor Ishii, who is the head of the pharmacy department. So the pharmacy team will gather together with the briefing conduct in Japanese, and then they will talk about what is the plan of that week, and also we talk about what needs to be done, and also update each other on any change in our daily operations. Here is a look at the tool that we use every day, so we can see that mostly we will rely on the pen and the pencils. We didn't use much about tablet or computer, because in Japanese culture, and also we only use the official hospital computer, because to ensure that everything stays within the security. And our main responsibility in each day is to observe and participate the role of the clinical pharmacist in different departments. So every day we will have the new tasks to do, but the main task for us is to do the medication reconciliations and also dispensing the home medication to the patient. So the role of the clinical pharmacist, as I said previously, is to do the medication reconciliations and also dispensing the home medication to patients in the ward. So we perform the MR by double check to the patient's medical histories and ensure that their current regimen is correct. And when it's time for patient to go home, we also take a charge of dispensing of home medication to patients. And more than that, we also support the multidisciplinary healthcare team, such as the palliative care team, outpatient chemotherapy unit, and also help the physician and nurse in the ICU or HCU units. And also the clinical pharmacists have the big role in the antimicrobial stewardship team. And we also do the therapeutic drug monitoring. In the first week, we have the special activity is to observe the dispensary system. So the dispensary system in Chiba University Hospital was separated into two parts. The first part is about the injectable drugs, and the other one is the other dosage form. So in the dispensary system, they mainly responsible for the IPD medications, because mostly of the OPD section or OPD medication patients, they will receive the medications from the community pharmacies, except for some drugs such as the laxative, or some patients that they need to get the medication in the clinical research. And the role of the pharmacist in the dispensary section is quite similar to the Thai pharmacist. So the first pharmacist, they will be responsible for review the prescriptions from the doctor. So the pharmacist will check on the patient's profile, the dosage regimens, also about the dose adjustment according to patient renal or hepatic functions, and also check for the drug interactions. And then they will do the prescription by using the barcode to ensure that the medication that they pick is correct according to the prescriptions. And then the second pharmacist, they will recheck on the prescription and medication, and also provide the drug information for the patient who are needed. Similar to the other dosage form, the injectable, so injectable medication also used to pharmacists to recheck together. But in this section, for some of the injectable drug, which is an non-hazardous drug, they will use both lipo and also automate machine to do this work together. And lastly, not only the standard preparations, but also the extemporaneous compounding such as the liquid form, powder form, and ampoule medicines was done in the dispensary sections according to specific patient. And it is some picture from the dispensary section. We can see that they have the part of preparing of the liquid extemporaneous preparation and also ampoule medicines. We also have the opportunity to go to the palliative care support team to see the role of the pharmacist in the palliative care team. So the pharmacist in this team will support the physician and nurse to take care of the palliative patients and also attending the case conference. They also go to round ward with the nurse and also give the academic service to the healthcare team. Moreover, they are also responsible for the supportive treatment such as pain management and also dyspnea or constipation, which is the symptom that mostly caused in patients who are in palliative care, and also supporting in psychology, spiritual, and social. In the third week, we take a time on this week in the Clinical Research Center. So, what we can learn about from the Clinical Research Center, the Clinical Research Center or CRC at the Chiba University Hospital is aimed to improve the patient care by promoting the scientific leadership and maintenance high ethics standards through the innovative and collaborative clinical research. So the clinical trial involves the aspect of laws, ethics, safety management, and also data management and statistical analysis, which not a typical part of the routine medical care, but we need to require the specialized knowledge in this field. So the clinical research coordinator, including the pharmacist, nurse, and laboratory technicians are work together to applying the expertise to ensure that the clinical trials are proceed smoothly and also comply with the protocol and clinical regulations. And what is the role of the pharmacist in the clinical research center? So mostly pharmacists will take a responsibility in management of investigational medicinal products, or we call IMP. So pharmacists will ensuring the quality control of the investigational products, and this includes to verify the storage conditions, to confirm that IMP are maintained according to sponsor specified requirements, and also the pharmacists also need to inspect each product before it is prepared for study participants to ensure it's met to the sponsor specifications. And during the preparations of IMPs, the two pharmacists will need to cross-check together for the accuracies of the medications and confirming the dose and correctness before handle this investigational product to the nurse and administer to the participant after. And the important thing is only the pharmacist is the one who know that the patient received the IMP or receiving the placebo. On the fourth week, we have the opportunity to go to the ICU ward, including the TDM sections, and this is some picture of special activity that we have done. So we have a chance to observe the role of the pharmacist in the operation room, and also what is pharmacist do in the antimicrobial stewardship team with the other healthcare teams such as the physicians and also nurse. And on week 5, the important activity is going to the study trip at the pharmaceutical wholesale dealer Suzuki. So what we got from this activity is we can see that Suzuki is one of the Japan leading pharmaceutical distributor. So by visiting Suzuki can help us to understand how important the distributor role is connecting the pharmaceutical manufacturer with the hospital, clinics, and also community pharmacies to make sure that the patient receives the medications on time. So we have learned how medicine are handled to each process, starting from receiving the medication, storage, preparation, and to deliver the medication to the clinic or community pharmacies. So when the new medication is arrived, they are firstly separated. If they are classified as a hazardous or special drug, and then each box they will label according to the classifications, and then product will move to the warehouse and stored by using the automated system. And we can see the one thing that Suzuki needs also use the field location storage system to improve the warehouse efficiencies by allowing the medicine to be stored in any variable space. So this strategy can help to save time, reduce human error, and also make a better use for the storage area. And we also have the opportunity to go to the DI room, which is the drug information room section. So the role of the pharmacist in the drug information room section is to collect, evaluate, process, and organize, also store the drug information. They also provide the information of the proper use of medications to other healthcare team, and they also attend the committee of pharmaceutical affairs, maintain the data of the pharmaceutical product in the hospital. And what we got from the DI room is the difference between role of community pharmacists in Japan and in Thai. So the difference one, which is the big point that we can see, is the collaboration between the community pharmacists and hospital pharmacists in Japan and Thailand is slightly different. Because in Japan, as I mentioned before, our patients or OPD patients will receive their medication or their home medications from the community pharmacists by using the prescriptions, while in Thailand, the hospital pharmacist will be the one who dispenses the medications for the outpatients. So because of this system, we can see that community pharmacists and hospital pharmacists in Thailand may not work together as closely as the one in Japan. And in Japan, since the patient need to pick up their home medications from the community pharmacist, so the community pharmacist will play the important role on checking on the prescriptions. So they can review the laboratory data, identify the possible drug interactions, and also assess the side effects at the drugstore. Also, community pharmacists can assess the patient treatment record, lab results to make sure that the prescribed medication is appropriate to each patient. And if they have any issue or they find the problem, such as the dose adjustment, they will contact to the DI pharmacist or pharmacist in the drug information room. Then they will discuss with the doctor for the further review. So this experience helped us to realize how well pharmacy system in Japan can support community and collaborations between hospital pharmacists and community pharmacists, so it can contribute to the safer and more effective patient care. However, in Thailand, as we can see, that patient can usually visit hospital and see the doctor more easy and more convenient compared to Japan. Because of this, so most of the follow-up and continuous care from the hospital or community pharmacists may not be extensive as in Japan compared to Thailand. But for the community pharmacists in Thailand, we will focus more in the general healthcare, such as providing the medications for the common units and participate some of the health promotions activities.
For the 6th week, which is the last week, we have special activity, which is go to the study trip to the factory Sawai Farm Kanto factory, which in this factory is produce the oral solid preparations and also the injectable preparations. With the production process in the factory is start with machine bring in the raw material and each ingredient is accurately weighed, then compression process to form the tablets. And after the compression, the tablet undergo the inspection using both video and the thermal camera to ensure the tablet integrity. And then tablet move to the PTP or the pass-through package filling room, and then to the primary packaging area, and followed by secondary packaging. And after that, the products are palletized and stored in the final product warehouse. Next, we we have the special lecture from the Professor Ishii, which is the head of the pharmacy department in the topic of Japanese medical system and health insurance. Which in Japan, the percentage of healthcare costs covered by the public health insurance and thus the amount the patient pays out of pocket depends on the person's age and also the income of the patient. Which in the patient age 0 to 5 years is typically pay about 20% of the medical cost, and in the normal age about 6 to 69 years old pay for 30%, and in the older age for 70 to 74 years old pay for 20%. And in the older age, like more than 75 years old, pay the low price, which is 10 to 30% depend on their income. And this reduced costs for children and older adults are supported by the government. The local government often subsidize children's health care, while lower costs for older adults reflect their generally lower income level. Japan also has a system to cap the high medical expense. If a patient medical cost become too high within a month, the excess amount is reimbursed through the high cost medical expense benefit system. The patients in Japan are free to choose their own doctor without the additional cost, as long as they use hospital that accept the health insurance and follow the referral rules for large hospital. The well-known doctors are paid according to the standardized national fee and also on their popularity. And we also have the case presentation in the last week. For the case presentation of the Yadavajakian, she presented about the therapeutic drug monitoring or TDM of the teicoplanin in patients with CHDF, which the teicoplanin is one of the common antibiotics that they use in the Japan. And for me, I present about the Thai herbal drug interaction in cancer patients, because when I have the internship in the Chiba University Hospital, they have one of the patient that is Thai patient, and they have the memo that contain the list of Thai herbal, and they come to talk and ask with the pharmacist that they can use their herb, and if they have the problem with the medication, so we manage this problem for her, and she can use the herb. Hospital life. And next I will talk about the accommodation. The accommodation that we choose, first our professor have two choices for us to select. So we selected one that is near to the both station and also the hospital. We select the Shiba Shuo Origin Park, which near to our hospital. It takes about 15 minutes with the bus to the hospital and only 1 minute to the station. And for the room, the maximum number is 2 people. And for the cost, we live in this. We stay in the hotel for 3,000 yen per person, which is including water and electricity fee. And this hotel is include of the kitchen zone and the bedroom. It can stay for only one person for bed. It only have one bed. And we have special thanks for our professor. They have lent us the bed sheet and also the kitchenware. And it also have the refrigerator and the microwave. And for the transportation, it have two main way to transport. The first one is by bus and the second one is by walk. And from the accommodation to the Chiba University Hospital, it takes about 2 kilometers. And by bus it takes 15 minutes. And by walk it takes about 30 minutes. And from our accommodation to the Chiba station, it takes about 10 minutes by bus and 15 minutes by walk, and it's only 1 kilometer to the Chiba station. And this is the bus schedule from the accommodation and also our hotel to the hospital. In the black part is the weekday, which the bus it have at 7:09 until the 22:19, and at the weekend it have the bus at 8:13 until 21:53. And this is our last part. It is the life at the Japan. We also gain many knowledge, and also we have eat many cultural food and go many places like temple and shrine, and we have the many friends from Japan.
And this also some of our picture in an activity that we have done in this internship. So this internship is an incredible journey for us. So beyond the clinical knowledge, we also get the experience of the problem solving on the spotting or adapting into a new environment, and also most importantly is to open our eye to the different work cultures. Moreover, this experience taught us about the disciplines and also teamwork with each other. So we are truly grateful for this incredible opportunity. It wasn't only the professional training, but it's also the big part for us for our personal growth. So thank you so much, and this is the end of our presentations. If you have any questions, you can feel free to ask. Thank you.
Any friends has like question? Or if not, we would skip to professor.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice presentations. And you had the opportunities to visit to Japanese drugs companies, right? Okay, and from my knowledge, I know that in the hospital, a lot of they use like local drugs, right? So I would like to know about the ratio of the original that come from the foreign country and in Japan. Do you have any information?
We don't have seen much of the drug, but from our experience that we go to the ward with the patient care, so we can see that most of the drug that they use in the Chiba University Hospital is the local meat. I think we don't see any of the original form.
Right, because uh, Japanese hospital, because they have their own Japanese pharmaceutical company, so that's why they use almost all the products in the Japan. And so you mentioned about the clinical research, right? So how many do you have the information about the sponsor? Like how many sponsors per year that Chiba University Hospital receive? And such kind of that sponsor are Japanese or the foreigners drugs company.
From our internship experience, we don't see which is the source of the drug, but most in the Chiba University Hospital, they have their own clinical research center, which mostly is supported by many universities, but we don't know where is the source of the drug.
Not only they not service not only for the hospital in the universities, right? But they also accept from many. Okay.
Along with Akanya's questions, I would like to know that do you know about the disease or specific disease of this center research or generally it?
So we have seen about through clinical trials that's the professor and staff give to us. So we have seen the drug for the myasthenia gravis and also some of the cancer drug that's you mostly see. But I think we have more disease for the clinical research center, but we don't have the opportunity to see all of the clinical trial in that unit. So we see only 2 protocol for this internship.
Okay, thank you. And how many outpatient and inpatient in our hospital?
For the number of the patients, I think they may have like I'm not sure about specific number, but it is the tertiary care. So I think the number of the bed may similar to the tertiary care in Thailand, but the different thing is most of the patients in the hospital they are the IPD patients because they receive only the IPD patient, right? And the OPD patient they will go to the doctor and then receive the medications from the community pharmacies. So I'm not quite sure about the specific number, but I think it is similar to the Thai one, or maybe less than, because to go to the tertiary care or tertiary hospital in Japan is more difficult compared to Thailand because they need to have like advanced disease for refer from the primary care first, then go to the tertiary care. So they may more specific but lesser number of patients.
And that's all for the Shiba team. Thank you so much for the presentation and for the session. Q&A is very useful for us.
Yes. This is like the interesting presentation, and also that our friend has opportunity to work and study with the Japanese pharmacists and healthcare team. Also, they are with many wonderful case that they are visits as well. So the next presentation would be KO University from Japan. Please give the round of applause for it.
Good morning, Professor and all the pharmacy students. My name is Tirana Mitalun, a 6th-year pharmacy student. Today I'm very honored to present my international internship experience at Keio University, Japan, which took place on June 9 to July 18, 2025. Today we'll cover all these 6 topics. So why did I choose Japan? Japan is one of the top 10 pharmaceutical markets worldwide and had a strong competitiveness in pharmaceutical research and developments. And Japan are well known of its advanced healthcare technology, aging society management, and the integration of traditional and modern medicine, especially for chemical medicines. And as a pharmacy student, I want to experience a healthcare system that combines innovation, technology, and traditional wisdom. So the objective of my training to learn about Japan healthcare and pharmacy practice, to study healthcare related technologies, to understand the chemical medicine, to exchange the knowledge with Japanese pharmacy students, and to experience in Japan culture and to build international relationship. Start with the general information about Keio University. Keio University was founded in 1858 by Yukishi Fukusawa. It is one of the oldest private universities in Japan that located in Tokyo, Japan. And the university emphasized academic experiences, innovation, interdisciplinary research, and global engagement. Keio University had multiple campuses. For pharmacy students, the main campuses are Hiyoshi and Chiba campus. And nowadays, they have a total of 10 faculties, including Faculty of Pharmacy. The Faculty of Pharmacy was established in 2008, and Keio has 2 major of undergraduate program, which is Bachelor of Pharmacy or 6-year program, and the Bachelor of Pharmaceutical Science, which is 4 years program. And the main difference from the pharmacy program in Thailand is that Japan's 6-year program leads to Bachelor of Pharmacy degree, not a Doctor of Pharmacy or Pharmacy degree as Thailand. The 6-year pharmacy program is very similar to Thailand. They have to take 2 national exams as well. The module core curriculum of pharmacy education in Japan is focused more on the research-based study. Keio has 24 research laboratories supporting advanced pharmaceutical research. Keio University also has their own community pharmacy. The next section is the training details that I will cover the overall training weekly schedule, and I will briefly summarize the professional knowledge that I obtained. During the first week, I had the opportunity to join a clinical case discussion with Dr. Pittman from the University of Iowa, USA. The discussion focuses on the evidence-based management of chronic diseases such as the hypertension and hyperlipidemia, allowing me to compare the clinical decision-making approach across Thailand, USA, and Japan. And I also attend a lecture by Dr. Ken Wong from the USC Men's School of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Science, where he shared valuable insight into the regulatory environment and the biopharmaceutical industry in the United States. And in additional, I participated in the PKPD training session. This session provided me with an opportunity to use the PKPD program to predict the PKPD of the individual medication to support clinical decision making in the real world practice. And moreover, I spent a day at the Chemical Medicine Center at the Keio University Hospital hospital to observing the patient consultations and the process of individualized chemical medicine dispensing. And visiting the Sairo pharmacy, the community-based pharmacy, to observe the pharmacist's role in the Japan. In the second week, I attend a lecture on pharmacy education at Keio University and join a medical pharmacology class with Keio pharmacy student. I also visited the Senbaki Kampodo or a Kampo-based community pharmacy as well as the Juntendo Toko Pediatric Medical Centers and Juntendo University Hospital, where I obtained pharmaceutical care in elderly and cancer patients. After that, I spent 1 week at the Division of Social Pharmacy at Keio University, where I explored the role of community pharmacists in Japan in a greater depth, and I learned about the working flow of receiving prescription, medication preparation process, and the various automatic machines that used in community pharmacy setting, and also participated in research discussion with pharmacy students at the Division of Social Pharmacy. And I can exchange the perspective on healthcare system between Japan and Thailand with them. Then continually my training at Keio University Hospital, where I rotated through the several pharmacy divisions of, for example, the satellite pharmacy for chemotherapy and the surgery ward. And in addition, I visited the Hogan pharmacy, where I had an opportunity to make the chemical medicine by myself. And also the Suzuki Wholesaler and Distribution Center, the AI-based distribution center to observe the pharmaceutical supply chain management and advancing logistics and understand how robotics and intelligent systems are integrated into the pharmaceutical supply chain management in Japan. At the final week of the training, I had the opportunity to visit the Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices Agency or MDA, which play a regulatory role similar to the Thai FDA. I also visited the National Cancer Center Hospital, where I observed the clinical pharmacist practice in oncology setting. I learned on how pharmacists collaborate in multidisciplinary team, participating in chemotherapy preparations and comprehensive cancer patient support. In addition, I visited the Takesono Company, a leading manufacturer of high technology dispensing machine and a pharmacy automation system. So this experience allowed me to better understanding the design operation, the global distribution of advancing robotic systems that used in clinical practice. Next sections, I will talk about the overall academic and professional knowledge that I have learned and experiences. In the dimension of pharmacy education, the big difference is in Thailand focusing on the clinic practice with pharmacy program and official residency program, while in Japan they're more focusing on the research-based study. This slide points out the key differences in general pharmacy practice. A major difference is Japan has a registered sales clerk who can dispense a certain OTC medications, which I will talk in detail in the next slide. So second, the insurance system. Thailand uses the multi-payer system with different coverage level based on their schemes, such as the universal coverage, social security, civil and medical benefits. This results in non-uniform policies. But in Japan, the system is more standardized and universal with co-payment depending on the age, income level, and the city policy. And another important point is the role of the pharmacist in the home care services. In Thailand, mainly the role of hospital pharmacists, but in Japan, the community pharmacists are mainly involved in the home care visiting. As I mentioned on the previous slide, the registered sales clerk is a certified drug sales professional who can dispense a certain category of OTC medication under the Japanese law. So this system aims to improve the public access and the appropriate use of non-prescribing medication while maintaining the safety standard. Now let's look at the hospital pharmacy setting, where several differences stand out. In terms of the compounding, what country provides these services? However, in Japan, both hospital and community pharmacies are actively involved in the individualized compounding, whereas in Thailand it is mainly performed by the hospital pharmacy inside the hospital. And for the IV and TNP preparation, in Japan may be handled by the pharmacists or the trained nurses in some hospitals. And another key difference is the presence of ward-based pharmacies. So in Japan, pharmacists are commonly stationed in the hospital ward and work closely with physicians and nurses. And some hospitals also have the satellite pharmacy within the special ward, such as oncology, which is not commonly seen in Thailand. So this slide highlights the key difference in community pharmacy practice. First, the prescription system is quite different. So in Thailand, patients usually receive the medication directly from the hospital or the clinic. But in contrast, Japan, patients have to take a prescription to the pharmacy after they're seeing a doctor. So this model is known as the separation of prescription and dispensing. And in terms of the services, Japanese community pharmacies provide the additional functions such as the basic health screening, including oral health check, lipid and HbA1c testing, as well as ointment compounding and the unit dose packaging. And lastly, Thai pharmacies are required to submit monthly report to the government, including the drug procurement, recording, and sale data for certain dangerous medication, but in Japan that's not necessary. This slide illustrates the advanced technology and automated system commonly used in Japan healthcare setting to enhance the broad efficacy and patient safety. For example, a handy scanner is used to verify whereas the medication that's selected from the shelf are matched the prescription, and this helps reduce the dispensing error and enhance the greater accuracy in the medication preparation and dispensing process. This slide shows the automated medication dispenser, the powder dispensing machine, and the picking machine. And one of the most impressive innovations that I observed at Keio University Hospital is the automated delivery robot called Furrow. Furrow operated entirely independently and is transport laboratory specimen and the medication to the different wards, navigate hospital hallway, use elevator by itself, and automatically return to the charger station without human assistance. And this allows pharmacists, nurses, and hospital staff to dedicate more time to complex clinical care and direct patient care in the hospital. So this slide presents the robotic system and advanced technology at Suzuki AI-based distribution center in Japan. One example is the depalletizing robot, which is designed to lift and organize the heavy products efficiently. There is also cooperative porter robot or AGV, which assists in transporting goods within the distribution center under the engineering supervisor. And the center increasing the integrated AI and the automated system to maintain the human error, enhance operational accuracy, and improve the workplace safety. So this slide shows the technology innovation developed by the Takesono company, one of the Japanese leading manufacturer of high technology distribution system that built in healthcare setting worldwide. Takesono specialized in automated pharmacy equipment such as the tablet packaging and the dispensing machine. And in fact, the company recently supported the tablet packaging machine and sell it to the Thammasat University Hospital in Thailand, reflecting that the international recognition and adaptation of Japanese pharmacy automation technology is improved. One unique aspect that I have learned from NCCH is the comprehensive consultation service that provides both in-person and telephone consultation for cancer patients and their family. These services cover not only medication aspect for cancer care and pre-operative process, but also financially concerned social support and mental health issues based on the individual patient concern. So I saw the Darwin Chemo and automated cancer drug compounding assistance system at NCCH. This machine is fully automated for precisely preparation the chemotherapy in the sterile environment to reduce the direct human contact, while toxic substance, and increase the accuracy and efficacy in the drug preparation. So I also participated in a patient role stimulation class with fourth-year pharmacy students at Keio University, including wheelchair and elderly experiences. So the purpose of these classes is to gain more understanding and develop a greater empathy and awareness of patients' vision limitations, with how to strengthen the patient-centered approach for healthcare provider. Next is about the Campo medicine. Campo medicine is adapted from the traditional Chinese medicine, but standardized for Japanese patients. The concept focusing on balancing the energy, blood, and the fluid in the body with personalized diagnosis, and it is a holistic and individualized approach to treatment. So this slide shows the example basic principle of Campo medicine from Campo medicine book. This slide shows the preparation process of Campo medicine in Campo-based pharmacy. So first, the pharmacist will review the prescription and select the required raw herbal extract from the shelf according to the prescribed Campo formula. Each herbal component is carefully measured and placed into the large mixing bowl, as you can see here. The herbs are mainly then mixed to ensure the uniformity of composition before being transferred to an automatic unidose packaging machine. And after preparation, the final product is packed into the individual sachets, and each sachet is labeled with a specific number according to a standardized Campo formula. So this number indicates both of the formula and its clinical indication. For example, the formula number 1 is commonly prescribed for conditions such as the common cold and nose sniffness. And in terms of administration, patients are instructed to dissolve the entire substance of the powder in the water before drinking it. The last section is living expenditure, transportation, and visa application. For a detailed visa application, you can find out more in VFS Global of Japan Visa for more up-to-date information. For accommodation at KO University, the university staff from KO will ask you to rank all 9 available international dormitories in order of priority and inform you later which dormitory is available based on your interest. And you can find out more information of each individual dormitory on the KO dormitory website. And this is my dormitory, the Sunashima student dormitory. There are a picture of the room and the bedroom. For the public transportation, I recommend to using the standard Suica card here, which you can get from the ticket machine or convenience store in Japan, or you can booking in advance via Klook application. For the scholarship, I received 2 side scholarships from Faculty of Pharmacy, KTU, and Desto scholarship from Japan. And lastly, I would like to express my gratitude to all the professor, mentor, and staff members who made this opportunity possible. And I would also like to wish all the pharmacy students who will participate in this program next year a very best. I hope you gain valuable knowledge and meaningful experiences, and most importantly, enjoy the journey and build lasting friendship along the way. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you, Tirana, for your presentation. We'll spend 17 minutes. Next will be the Q&A session with the remaining time 3 minutes. So if any professors or anybody here have questions, please feel free to ask. So anybody have any questions? All right. If not, we will skip to the professor part.
That's the first time I've seen that the Campo medicine is a powder that needs to be added in to water to be drunk, which means how does it taste?
For me, it tastes like a sweet tea, but in like a herbal odor a little bit. It's easy to drink it like you're drinking tea.
Okay, so there are sweeteners added because most traditional medicines have quite a bitter taste.
They're not actually adding the sweetener in the powder, but they instructing the patient to add a little more honey when they mix it in water, or typically the herbal that they use also has the sweetness by itself. So it's kind of like, it's not that hard to drink.
So what would be a sweet tasting herbal in the Cambo medicine? Can you think of one? It's okay, it's a very difficult question. Thank you.
Okay, please explain more about the satellite pharmacy, please.
Satellite pharmacy where there's like located the like actual preparation medication station in the ward. So it's kind of like easy to like prepare the preparation for like specific preparation that has to carefully handle, such as the chemotherapy, and they have their own pharmacists working there in the satellite pharmacy for the convenience and for the safety of the patient and to prevent the contamination this kind of medication with other type of medication preparation outside of this ward.
Okay, for the combo medicine in the KO University Hospital, how about because it's a traditional, right? But I think Japanese people, someone they can select, right? They prefer the combo medicines or Western medicine. How about the ratio of the patients or the prescribed medicine that include the combo medicine? I mean, it's like the Western doctor, I know that they have to take course about the combo medicines, right?
I'm not sure in the exact number, but I already asked the professor about that. For the KO hospital, they said it's like an equal number, and they said like nowadays most people would like to prefer combo medicine and combine with the traditional medicine, but mostly for like elderly patients that prefer the combo medicine. So, and it's not that that hard to get the combo medicine. You can walk into the community pharmacy and ask for combo medicine as well. So it's not hard to access to this kind of medication in Japan.
Okay.
That's all for. Sorry, another one question.
It's not a question. I have some suggestion about your presentation. In your activity or work, right? My suggestion are you should add more picture in every activity. It will make the audience to get your presentation, what the activity you work and how it's going on. I think it will be better for the next time. And your senior in the next year should be add more picture in each activity. Okay, thank you.
That's all for the KO University. Thank you for Professor about the Q&A session time and the suggestion. Yes, and for next will be the presentation of Kyushu University. Please give a big applause to the Kyushu team.
Good morning everyone, I'm Tashimako and Hikaru Maruyama. Okay, today me and Hikaru are going to present about the international internship at Kyushu University. And this is our content that we will present today. Let's start with introduction. Kyushu University is a major public research university located in Fukuoka, Japan on the island of Kyushu that had 4 campuses, including Ito, Akusaki, Ohashi, Shikushi, and the hospital campus. The Faculty of Pharmaceutical Science building can be found in the hospital campus. Next. In the Faculty of Pharmaceutical Science, there are various departments which shown in the slide. My research is specifically within the pharmacognosy department, and her research is within molecular pathobiology department. So, next topic is the laboratory project. My lab topic is development of an efficient standard method for Xenocyte A for pharmacognosy department. I will start with the background. Xenocyte A is the major reactive constituent of rhubarb and senna, which can be found in the herbal medicine and plants. In general, HPLC are applied as qualitative and quantitative analysis method for quality control of natural products. But for this project, Xenocyte A concentration will be detected by the immunoassay system. So, which immunoassay method is chosen for development of Xenocyte A content determination? As in the picture, you can see that the FLISA method of fluorescent link immunosorbent assay, it involves 3 steps, but ELISA method or enzyme link immunosorbent assay, it has 5 steps. So FLISA method has shorter time-consuming step when compared to the ELISA method. Therefore, immunoassay via FLISA method is chosen for development for Xenocyte A content determination. And this one is the workflow of this lab. Is comparing between using monoclonal antibody or full-length antibody with quantitative ELISA method, and using single-chain fragment antigen binding via FLISA method. And 2 methods is report as percent of Xenocyte A in herbal medicine. And the reason why we compare the development method with the ELISA method is because we need to know if the development method is suitable for alternative antibody in the establishment of quantitative or not. So start with using monoclonal antibody via quantitative ELISA method. Actually, there are 5 steps to validate IC-ELISA for quantitative analysis Xenocyte A, but we will focus only 3 steps as shown in the red box. Firstly is sensitivity. It finding IC50 of Xenocyte A by using the standard curve equation. Secondly is cross-reactivity test. Find the cross-reactant first and then find IC50 of investigate compound to get percent cross-reactivities. Thirdly is repeatability. It is displayed as percent CV. So percent CV need to less than 15%, it means it will be passed, as it has limited time by recovery and real sample application will be done in the future. So next is using single-chain fragment antigen binding via FLISA method. Due to the FLISA method, and you see in the picture, this method uses antibody conjugated with a fluorescent dye and using the dye as a probe. So we need to prepare antibody first for applying it via the FLISA method. And the antibody that we use is SCFAB. There are 2 fragments, including heavy chain and light chain, connected by a flexible peptide linker. So my workflow of this method is to generate SCFAB, which focus on the red box. At each step, it will be performed concurrently in duplicate, begin with cDNA synthesis and end up with SOE-PCR method. So after synthesis cDNA, the next step is amplify DNA of 2 fragments and checking site by running gel electrophoresis. The results show that only light chain have the same size as embedded site, while heavy chain size has less than the embedded site, but I cannot conclude that it's correct or not until I check by DNA sequencing. After I got the band, continue with clean it up with the test kit and then clone it with vector PMD20 for getting the plasmid. After that, transform plasmid in the bacterial cell and then identify blue-white staining. I repeat the white cloning for the wing cloning PCR. Then checking the site by running gel electrophoresis again. Then take the band that got the same site as embedded site for performing PMD20 vector plasmid extraction, then checking DNA sequence. So the result show that only the light chain is successful because it had the correct DNA sequence. Therefore, to get the correct DNA sequence of a heavy chain may change the condition of thermocycling condition or amplify DNA with other primers. And for the future plan, using monoclonal antibody recombinative ELISA method, need to perform spike recovery test and real sample application. And for using single chain fragment antigen binding with a PISA method, if I have much time, heavy chain may suggest and then will be performed SOE PCR method to connect two fragments together with linker. And for the future plan, after getting SCFAB, it will be fused with fluorescent protein to get fluorescent detection antibody, then express and use it for antibody in the PISA method.
So the next one is the molecular pathobiology department. For the topic that I get is inflammatory response evaluation using the immortalized microglia. So firstly, I will walk you through the background of the microglia, but I will say that this slide focuses on how the microglia cell respond to the pro-inflammatory signal, especially the polysaccharide or LPS. So microglia is the resident immune cell of the CNS, so you can imagine them as a brain macrophage, and they have like brain tasks as the immune surveillance, which means that they will constantly scan the pathogen and also the injury. And they also perform the phagocytosis, clearing the debris and also the dead cells, and they also release the cytokine which mediate the inflammatory signaling. So our lab studied the microglia activation by using the LPS, and the reason is it is because the LPS is widely used, and then they also have the previous research report that the LPS stimulation significantly increased the inflammatory markers, indicating a strong inflammatory response. And they also confirmed, the other research also confirmed that the microglia are the major producer of the inflammatory marker A and B during the inflammation. And here is the simple diagram. So we will see that in normal condition, the microglia are inactive, showing no inflammation, but after they expose to the LPS, they become activated and release the pro-inflammatory cytokine, and they can even undergo the cell death if the stimulation is too strong. So let me show you the result. So you can see that the experiment protocol are in the box, and the graph below is the graph that presents the microglia cell viability after the LPS exposed. And you can see that cell viability decreased slightly in a dose-dependent pattern, but remained above 70% at all concentration. This means that LPS has like minimal cytotoxicity under this condition. And this result also reassures us that the following cytokine experiment reflect the activation, not the cell death. So here is the RT-qPCR result for the marker A and also marker B. You can see that for the marker A, after 24 hours of the stimulation, the marker A level increased strongly, especially at the 100 nanogram per ml of the LPS, and this confirmed that LPS activates the microglia and also induce the pro-inflammatory cytokine expression. And similar with the marker B, expression was increased after the LPS treatment, and again at 100 nanogram per ml of the LPS, it produced the highest expression like marker A. So together, this qPCR result showed that LPS stimulation promotes a strong inflammatory response. So and then we have time, so we decided to test 2 moles of the marker, which is marker C and B, and the result also the same as the factor A and B, which is like highest expression at 100 random terminal of the LPS. So to summarize, the LPS slightly reduced the microglia viability but strongly increased the inflammatory marker A, B, and also like CD. And this suggests that the activated microglia may contribute to neuronal damage via the cytokine release. And overall, my study basically confirmed that the immortalized microglia respond to LPS in a dose-dependent pattern. And in the future, this system may help to understand how microglia induce the inflammatory contribute to neuronal damage. And that's all for the laboratory project. And here is a small walk. So I was running with the accommodation, and our accommodation is the Ijiri International Hall, and the cost is approximately around like 30 to 35,000 yen per month, or like 6 to 7,000 baht, including the water and electricity bill. And they have like a lot of facility for you to use, like common room, parking area, the laundry room, and also the mailbox and trash box. And getting inside the room, you can see that you have everything you need, like bed, like, and also like refrigerator, kitchen, and toilets. And the manager there is really nice, and they also have like pot and pan, and also like spoon in the common room for you to use. If you would like to like cook or do something, you can take it and return it after before going back to like Thailand. And for the transportation, like after you arrive at the airport, you can use like subway or the taxi, but we use subway because it's cheaper. And then we need to change the line to the main line, which is JR line, at the Hyderabad station. And then get off at the station that where your dorm is, and our is the Sasabaru station. And then walk to the dormitory. And then for the Ijuri International, how to like the campus, you can use the JR line again, and then you take the train at this Sasabaru station, and then get off at your Shizuoka station, and then walk again to the hospital campus.
And last part is our internship life. The only activity from Monday to Friday. It takes us about 30 minutes by walking and train from our dormitory to get to the university. And for pharmacognosy lab, we're working at 9:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. And we have seminar presentation every Thursday afternoon, and have the herbal garden cleaning every Friday morning. And for molecular pathology lab, she works at 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and have seminar presentation every Monday morning or sometimes in Tuesday, and have the lab cleaning every Monday afternoon. So moving on to the more exciting part, besides working in the lab, we had the chance to travel to the beautiful places in Japan. We visit several famous spots such as Dasefu, Tenmaku-shin, Marine World, Kumamoto, Nanso-in Temple, Beppu, and visit the very cute village with Yufuin. And we also visit Fukuoka Tower, Seaside Momoshi Beach, Itoshima Ohori Park, and we also go to the further like Tokyo and Osaka too. And for the Japanese food, we try various iconic dishes such as ramen, yakiniku, sushi, okonomiyaki, curry, tempura, and for the last feature is the local specialty of Fukuoka, is village monsunabe. And on working day, we usually have lunch at the university. Fortunately, the cafeteria was located very close to the lab building, only just 3-minute walk. From us. Thank you for Kyushu University, Korea University, and Jesuit Scholarship to give the good opportunity to us. And also we gain a valuable laboratory skill and made a good memory in Japan. So this is the end of our presentation. Thank you for your attention and time. ありがとうございます。
Kyushu team with the presentation time spent was 20 minutes. Next will be a Q&A session with the remaining time 10 minutes. So if professors or anybody have questions, please feel free to ask. So we'll start with everybody here. Do you guys have any questions? Alright, so I will skip to Professor Park.
Okay, I saw from your slide presentations in the pharmacognosy laboratory, you have to clean earth garden every Tuesday, Friday. Okay, so it means could you share about this one, the job or all of the members gathering together, right?
Okay, this herbal garden cleaning, I will clean it every Friday morning, but as my experience, I went to that only one time because in that period it's very hot weather, so I do it as only one time. I will clean the plant that is used. Sorry for say Thai word, but I will cutting of the overshot. Just clean the garden or pick up pesticide. Pest. Just clean the grass and it will have and also need to gardening the plant too.
Okay, so like the activity that every members in the lab should gathering together to clean up. Okay. Like when I was the PhD student in Japan, because my lab is we have the animal room, so we have to cleaning the animal room every week like this.
Yes, me too. We have to clean the rat, and also we have the botanical garden also. Okay, for my question for the first lab, as you do about the develop the ELISA kit for the Xenocyte A, could you please tell us about the important? How does the Xenocyte A play the important role for the researcher to develop the ELISA kit test?
Just as I mentioned that Xenocyte A is a major recipient and constituent of Senna and Ruba. So I need to develop the method of the immunoassay system. I mentioned that normally HPLC is the analytical method for quantitative and qualitative, but for the immunoassay system is the method that easier and can easily to process when compared to the HPLC.
So it means the product in the market, they use a lot of Xenocyte A in the market, so it could be profit for the quality control like that.
Yeah, it have in the Japan normally they may use the herbal medicine much, such as Senna or Ruba. So I need to determination of that herbal medicine that have Xenocyte A or not, because it is the major effective.
I understand. I just would like to know that is it
profit enough to develop something like that. And the second lab, what are the further experiments or what are the useful or application that you done for your result in the future?
So basically, our lab want to develop a medicine that treat the neuronal damage, something about the brain, and then so we need to know that which information may affect or which type of the substance may affect the brain. So that's why we choose to make this research.
Okay, so you develop the method for testing the sample or the future drug.
From this slide, the pseudoscience A is an androglycoside, right? And I want to know the sugar in the structure have the effect of the ELISA process or not? The sugar in the structure of phenoside is have the effect of ELISA process production or not?
I think it don't have the effect with the immunoassay method.
Why we know? Okay, the next question is
I didn't research it before.
okay.
I will research it later.
Answer me after this presentation. And the next question is about your botanical garden. What is the masterpiece of the herbal in that garden, in your opinion?
กะเพรา
Why?
in Thailand because professor in Japan they come to pick the basil and plant it at the Japan and he said that he will share the basil for me to make the food. But the weather in Japan is different from Thailand, so the growth of the basil it don't have much of the product.
In your opinion, กะเพรา is a masterpiece. กะเพราขาวor กะเพราแดง
That's all.
Okay.
Great. Okay, so you weren't able to clone the heavy chain for your antibody fragment for pseudoscience A. Is the heavy chain involved in the specificity, or is it all in the light chain? I couldn't quite catch that. I think it might be on either the next slide or the previous slide. This one here.
So I need to do the single chain fragment and deep chain binding, and they have two chains, which are light chain and heavy chain, and connected it with a flexible peptide linker. So
Will your light chain detect the pseudoscience on its own?
we need to connect to fragment first, and then we will detect with the xenocyte.
Okay, I worry a little bit about your diagram where the peptide bond is going from the constant region of the light chain to the variable region of the heavy chain.
I I already researched more of this diagram. So many research have connected with the constant variable with the variable region.
Okay. All right. Anybody make a discussion about that? Because we've got the constant regions being connected in a real antibody, not a clonal antibody. Connecting the constant to the variable, I wonder, becomes a problem. It's okay. I was just wondering about that. That was, I didn't quite get this slide at the time. Thank you. All right. If I still have 30 seconds, you use a model system with the microglial immortalized cell line. How realistic is your pro-inflammatory concentration of LPS at 100 nanograms per mil? I think that's what it was. Is that what will be in the brain? Will we see 100 nanograms per mil?
Yes, because that at that concentration, the damage will begin, like the cell viability will
So I
begin.
understand that, but will LPS be able to cross the blood barrier in sufficient quantities to get to that kind of level? Don't know. That's okay.
I
don't
don't
know either.
Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you,ค่ะ.
Thank you for Future University team presentation and also a great questions from professors. And next, please welcome Team Western University of Health Sciences from USA. Yeah, please give a big applause to this team.
Alright, good morning respected professors, fellow batchmates, and everyone here. Today, Em and I are very excited to present about our international internship at Western University of Health Sciences, which is located in California, United States of America. And so these are the topics that we will be discussing about today. We will give details about our internship at Western U Pharmacy and 986 Pharmacy, as well as what we learned at each internship site and recommendations on traveling to the United States. We will begin with our internship. So our internship was designed so that we would be at Western U Pharmacy for the first 3 weeks of our internship, which is located in Pomona. It's a city that is about 30 miles away from LA. And our preceptor there was Dr. Preeti Kota. She is a professor at Western U Pharmacy as well as the director of pharmacy at Western U Health Clinic. Next, our last 3 weeks were spent at 986 Pharmacy, which is a chain pharmacy that is located at Rosemead. And so our preceptor there was Dr. Jason Wong. He is also a professor at Western U Pharmacy as well as one of the pharmacists associated with the chain pharmacy. And so our dress attire during our internship, they requested for formal, business casual with our gown on top, as well as closed-to-toe shoes. And so about Western U Pharmacy. Western U Pharmacy is an independent pharmacy associated with the health clinic at Western U College. And the services provided include both prescription and non-prescription, vaccinations, as well as anticoagulation clinics and other medication consultations such as travel consultations. Next, we will introduce the members of the pharmacy. First we will give an overview of the pharmacy. And so on our left, on the right left, we have the environment of the pharmacy. We have shelves of medications arranged in alphabetical order according to the generic name, as well as a refrigerator to store our vaccines. Next, we also had the opportunity to tour the campus, and so here you can see a simulation room where pharmacy students take their OSCE examinations, as well as the Grand Hall of Western University of Health Sciences. Next, the activities that we were done mostly included vaccinations. We had the opportunity to help the pharmacy in arranging their vaccination clinic, and here we have our resident, Zach, who helped coordinate the whole thing. Next, we have a picture with Dr. Kota and Dr. Jeffrey Wong, who is the Associate Dean at Western New Health Pharmacy. And over here on the right corner, we have what is called an internship fair. So in the United States, pharmacy students can pick their own internship sites. They have to email the sites to request to intern there. And so there's a day where all the internship sites will come to university and kind of present, encouraging the students to pick them as their internship site. And so the members of the pharmacy, as mentioned, we have Dr. Kota, our preceptor. However, the pharmacist in charge at the pharmacy is Dr. Ryan Lam. We have a pharmacy resident in ambulatory care, Zach, as previously mentioned, and we have 3 pharmacy technicians, Christine, Yvette, and Artemisia. When Em and I went to the pharmacy, we had the opportunity to meet 2 other pharmacy students who are also in their last year. We have Caitlin, who was interning in ambulatory care, and we also have Caitlin was interning in community pharmacy, and Manta was interning in ambulatory care. And so what are the activities of a pharmacy student who is interning in community pharmacy? First is inventory. So every day when a medication is dispensed, it will automatically log in the system, and the distributor will deliver the medication that has been dispensed the next very day. And so our task as pharmacy interns was to keep track of the medications that came in, scan the medications into the system, and also arrange them on the shelves. Next, vaccinations were a huge role in pharmacy. So in the United States, pharmacists can vaccinate people, and so I had the opportunity to help our pharmacy intern prepare the vaccinations for her to vaccine, as well as previously mentioned, we helped organize a vaccination clinic at Western U College. And this is a team of pharmacy students that organized this vaccination clinic. Next, there's an activity called billing, which is reimbursing pharmacy services. And so 2 applications that I want to share to you today is first the EPIC software. It is an electronic health software that connects patient information from hospitals to pharmacists. And so everyone in the United States, even in other states that's not California, they use this software so that patient information is shared among healthcare professionals. Next, we have this application called Doximity. And so there are a lot of telephone phone calls that have to be made at the pharmacy and outside as well. And so what you can do is you can download this application on your personal phone, put the password of the pharmacy, and when you call out, the recipient of the call will see that it is the pharmacy that is calling, even though you're using your personal phone. So this is very helpful in identifying physicians and healthcare professionals when contact. And so the activities of ambulatory care include medication therapy management, anticoagulation clinic, as well as smoking cessation consultation, which I will explain in further detail in a later time. Next, we also have presentations. So every week on Wednesdays and Thursdays, the resident would come to the pharmacy. And so Em and I had the opportunity to participate in their weekly discussions. So every week they will designate a topic to every student. And so we will make a summary of that topic and discuss together. And so some of the topics that have been discussed include new heart failure guidelines, as well as other over-the-counter medications that the pharmacy students wanted to share to Em and I. And finally, Em and I had a final presentation. So the pharmacists there were interested to hear about diseases that they don't really hear about in the United States, and so we presented about melanosis. Next is lessons learned. And so the first thing that we learned when we were at US was about their pharmacy system. So it differs from the pharmacy system in Thailand, in which pharmaceutical care services can be reimbursed by government insurance companies through claims. So for example, if I did a vaccination to one person, I can record that in the system, and the government will pay me around $15 for vaccinating one person. So if I vaccinated 10 people and I put 10 claims, then the government would pay me $150 or $1,500, yes. And next, other services included medication therapy management with TASK. And so the insurance company will have their own platform where they ask pharmacists to call their patients and ask us to collect their labs such as blood pressure or other laboratory markers that they might have done at other places. And so the pharmacy that we went was an independent pharmacy. We learned that independent pharmacies rely on pharmacy service administrative organization to kind of mediate for contract negotiations. So once you make a contract with your pharmacy benefit manager, they will decide who is your distributor. And so all your drugs, you don't really get to pick which brand to purchase your medications from. Your distributor will handle that for you. And lastly, we learned about insurance. And so in California specifically, there are 3 insurance that you need to know. First is Medicaid. Medicaid is a standard insurance for low income, and it is divided by counties. In California, there's the LA County, Orange County, and IHP. Next is Medicare. Medicare is insurance for people who are 65 years old and above or have disabilities since birth. And last is commercial insurance, which varies based on your occupation. And so important documents that we learned about at the pharmacy, first are recall notices. So whenever there is a report that a pharmacy received different tablet size or other QA analysis reports, they will send that to the company, and the company will issue recall notices and send it all to the pharmacies that have received this lot and medication, and it is up to the pharmacy to decide whether they want to keep that medication on the shelves or they want to return the medication. Next, we learned about the script, which is a newsletter that was issued by the California State Board of Pharmacy. And so one interesting aspect about this newsletter is that all disciplinary actions of pharmacists and pharmacy interns will be reported. And so, for example, pharmacy interns in the United States, they have their pharmacy license. If you are driving under the influence and you get caught, you can have your license revoked and you cannot practice as a pharmacy intern in the United States. This is the same for the pharmacists there as well. All their wrongdoings will be reported in the newsletter. And next, we'll talk about the California Medication Error Reporting System, which Anne will elaborate on.
And for the next thing that we learned is about the pharmacy service. The first one is the California Medication Error Reporting System or CAMER system, which especially used in the California. This is a system for the pharmacists to report their medication error that occur. Is required for the medication error that occur after 1st of September 2025 that is to report to the system. And the pharmacy need to gather a lot perspective of data to report this, such as the patient information, the type of the medicine, the type of event, also the patient harm that occur. And next service is the INR service or anticoagulant clinic that in the pharmacies. So the pharmacies can do the INR checking at the pharmacies, which is really convenient for the patients to come in and check in and follow up. We can recommend the dose changing, also gathering the data that related to using the anticoagulant drug as well. It would take around 20 minutes to process all of it. I think it's really convenient for the patient and for us as the pharmacists as well when comparing to Thailand that the patient need to wait for us for a long time. And next service is the travel vaccine recommendation. So there are the consultation about the vaccine, also the medication for the patient may need to travel in the domestic or travel around the world in another country. We can make the recommendation for the medication the patient might need or the vaccination might need. That the recommendation based on the CDC guideline, and we will do as the decision making with the patients. And when the patient decide to get the vaccination, and the pharmacist can provide the vaccine to the patients. Next is about the average size of the rotation, which is 986 pharmacy at the Rosemead. So about the 986 pharmacies is estimated in 2014 as the group of independent pharmacies
organization under 96 degree corporation. 96 Pharmacy Branch is around across the California, Nevada, and Texas as well, with the mission that they will keep the patient body temperature at 986 Fahrenheit, or the normal temperature of the patient, which means keeping the patient healthy. And there are many services that provide in the pharmacies, such as the prescription and non-prescription medicine, the free local delivery, the walk-in or by appointment immunization, multilingual service, for example, Chinese, Vietnamese, the Spanish as well. Also offer the medication therapy management service. The next one is the member in the pharmacist. So we have Dr. Jason Monk as our preceptor, and the pharmacist in charge is Dr. Julia. They are pharmacy student as well. Her name is Jenny, and also the pharmacy resident is Julie. And we have the pharmacy technicians, also Fiona, Mose, Art. There are so many people in this pharmacy. Next is the activity that we have done in this site of the rotation. So we would join to the TM activity mostly in chronic disease such as diabetes or hypertension. And we also went out to give the vaccination clinic, giving the flu shot to the elderly people in the community as well. And mostly we play a role at collecting the data, also preparing the vaccine. And as the pharmacy is reset there, so the pharmacy will send a complimentary gift to the patients or the customer as well. So we will know they're packing the calendar as the complimentary gift for the customer. And the next picture is the prescription that we have to categorize the non-control and control that of the prescription every week. And another picture is the robot. They use the robot to store the medicine to house with the workflow of the pharmacies. Also, there are another activity that we participate in, which they provide the pharmacy student to join, which is like a discussion session. In the first week, we study and discuss about the pharmacy law, and in the second week, we study and discuss about the OTC medicine, and in the last week, we discuss about the USA healthcare system and how pharmacists involved in the system. And this is the field trip to the CVS pharmacy, another pharmacy chain in the USB. So we can see the OTC product on the shelf, and also the vaccination center and the operation of the CVS pharmacy. And the bonus one that we took a picture is the 1,000 tablet of ibuprofen. It's quite not seen in Thailand, but they're in America. This one is on the shelf. You can just grab and buy it. It's a lot of ibuprofen. And also, there are the cotton ball in the safe. Since there are really high rate of stealing, they decide to put the cotton ball in the safe place. But the other more expensive thing is just put it on the shelf. Just very curious and very funny way to put something cheap in the safe place. And next is the lesson learned.
And so first we want to focus on medication therapy management. So in this pharmacy, they used another software for the medication therapy, and there are two types of medication therapy management. First is called TIPS, and these are medications that mostly involve just refills. So pharmacy technicians can actually prefer these services. Next is CMRs, or comprehensive medication reviews, and these are reviews for at least 5 medications across 2 to 3 diseases. And so this is mostly done by pharmacists or pharmacy interns. Next, the reason why most pharmacists are inclined to do medication therapy management is because they want a good performance score. And so a good performance score in the United States is considered 4 and above. In addition, the reason why a lot of physician clinics collaborate with pharmacies to perform agreements is because doctors also have their own performance score as well, called HEDIS, and so they believe that if they can get pharmacists to help track and collect laboratory information or medication therapy management, their performance score will increase as well. And so pharmaceutical activities that can be done outside of the agreement include giving oral contraceptives up to 3 months, giving HIV PrEP and PEP, and also giving vaccines and some travel medications such as antibiotics. Next, we learned about the controlled substances. So in California, controlled substances can be categorized into 5 categories, with C1 being the most potential for abuse, where C5 being the lowest potential of abuse. And so these are some examples of medications and their controlled substance classification. And so one classification that we want to emphasize is C2. C2 controls have to have periodic inventory activities and inventory reconciliation reports done every month. And so this is where pharmacy interns and students can learn and help the pharmacy. Next, we had a discussion on pharmacy school system, and so we would just like to share that pharmacy school in the United States require at least 150 semester units and internship of 1,500 hours. Their license is the NAPLEX, and also they have to do their JE license, which is for every state. So they have 2 licenses. And also when they enter pharmacy school, they're encouraged to take a loan with an interest of 6.5 to 8.5% per year. Next, we also wanted to learn about the pharmacy technicians. So pharmacy technicians, they have a program in their post-secondary education institution, and they require an externship of 120 to 140 hours as well. Another interesting point is that pharmacy technicians in hospital actually requires a pharmacy tech license and a CPR license. Next, we will discuss about the services of law.
And for the services that pharmacy can provide is the medication delivery, which is legal in California, but this delivery has to be done by the licensed pharmacies. And next one is the law pharmacy California 2025 is updated yearly, so in this year it should be 2026 now, is gathering the pharmacy law and regulation of pharmacies working in California, which cover various topics such as the requirement for the prescription, the pharmacy, also the practice and exemption. And the next service is the MedSafe. It's like a subscribe service that the pharmacies can subscribe to dispose the unused or the expired medication. They accept various type of the medication, including the control medication, the non-control, and over-the-counter medications as well. Next part is the recommendation for our next generation of pharmacy students that are gonna go to USA. So first one is accommodations. So we get the recommendation from both from a preceptor that living around like Pasadena and West Covina is convenient for going to both of the rotation site, which is the Western U at the Pomona and the next pharmacy at the Rosemead. But if you want to stay closely in each rotation site, we suggest that in the Western U, you can live in Claremont or Montclair, that's around the Pomona. And in the exit pharmacy, you can stay around in the Rosemead or Delmar Avenue. We stay at the Airbnb at Delmar Avenue, which is 10-minute walk to our exit pharmacy, so it is really convenient. Next is the transportation. So we rent a car and also using the public transportation as well. For renting a car, there is no need for the international permit because our license has the English. So we can use our Thai driver license to rent a car. And we need a credit card and also the name of the neighbor as well. The rent cost is around 2,500 for the 3 weeks. And another 2 weeks we use the public transportation.
which you can use the Uber or Lyft. It's like Grab in Thailand. But it's kind of expensive. If you want to save cost, you can use the tap card that you use with the metro or the bus. It's around $1.75 per round. It's really cheap and convenient. The next one is the general recommendation. For me, there will be two parts, which is learning and living. Learning is, I would like to emphasize you to be confident learning and like the opinion comments, because it is really good opportunity to learn. And living, I would like to emphasize you to go around and travel, because this is really new world for us.
Next is my recommendations are first to get an American phone number, because for all the applications and all the places that you go, when you register, you need a phone number. Next is to learn how to drive before going there. United States, especially California, is very, very big. And so public transportation doesn't cover all the places you want to go. So if you can drive, that is a huge bonus. And some things you need to know about driving is that parking is very difficult. Please look for signs, and on the sidewalk, stop signs where you can park and where you cannot park. And also the person sitting in the first passenger seat, it is your duty according to American law to help. So if you get caught, your name will also be on the report, not just the driver's. Next, to be curious and ask many questions at Western U Pharmacy. Everyone is so excited for you to be there, and they want to teach and they want to share. And so please ask. At 986 Pharmacies, there's so many Asians. They love to exchange cultural, and they love to just, talk and get to know you. So please be friendly, please talk. Next is about manners. Some common greetings in America. First, hi, how are you doing? You will hear this every day when you see someone. Hi, how are you doing? And when you're about to leave, have a good day. These are two common greetings that you should know, and you will probably hear a lot. Next is showing gratitude. So in America, how they show gratitude is through gift cards, which is funny because actually when Em and I were there, Dr. Jason Long prepared gift cards for us to give to the pharmacy, because he didn't know if we prepared gift cards. So for students going to the USA, please prepare gift cards. And next, also to tipping manners in California is 15% at restaurants, but for chain restaurants like Starbucks or fast food chains, you don't need to tip the cashier. Next, food recommendations. We have the famous In-N-Out cheeseburger, Five Guys, and Chick-fil-A, which is an Asian favorite. And next, some good cafes. We have Community Goods. This is a cafe that Justin Bieber himself went to. Next, we have Erewhon, Hailey Bieber's famous smoothie. And also, during the time that we went, pumpkin spice latte was in season at Starbucks, so I highly recommend that. Next, around California. California doesn't just have LA. There's the Orange County where all the beautiful beaches are, Laguna Beach, Santa Monica, and also I was able to go to a church event and I had the opportunity to take a picture of my dream car, a Porsche. Next, we have the Riverside, which is basically a lot of mountains out of lakes. If you can drive, I highly recommend you to visit people's vacation homes. And also around Los Angeles, these are probably one of the famous locations that everyone should check in. Next, we had the opportunity to fly to San Francisco. It's about an hour away. And so we went to all the famous locations, Golden Gate Bridge, and also I had the opportunity to visit my friend at Stanford University, which is around 30 minutes away from the city.
So at the same, we travel along together, so we will be the same. So much picture of our traveling as well. And for the summary, there are many different points of performance between USA and Thailand, beginning from the pharmacy school, pharmacy system, or also the drugstore system, but mostly in the USA is the prescription based and involved with the insurance as well. The anticoagulant clinic, which is provided in the pharmacies, the community pharmacies, but in Thailand we have to done it in the hospital. The COVID vaccination that US pharmacies can giving a recommend and administration of the vaccine as well. The medication delivery, which is legal in the USA, and the service, which is the medication disposal, is provided in the USA.
So we would just like to conclude our presentation with a small clip from California, and we hope that the students that go there next year will have a great time in the United States of America. Thank you.
So thank you so much for the presentation. So next part we will go to the Q&A section with the time remaining around 2 minutes. So if any professors have the questions?
How's about the insurance system in US?
So insurance system in US, first of all, it's either government or commercial. So for government, we have Medicaid for people who have low income and Medicare for people who are elderly, above 65, or have a disease since they were born. And next, we also have commercial. So this depends on your occupation, what job you have, and what company they prefer for the insurance.
A terrific presentation. I particularly liked the cotton balls behind lock and key. They can't be worth anything, so they lock them up because otherwise they just keep getting stolen and they can't keep stock.
Yes.
Who is stealing them? Why?
We're not sure as well, but California can be a little tricky, a little dangerous. There are a lot of homeless people there still, despite Trump's efforts to help with that. And so, yeah, anyone can actually go there and steal. We don't really know who exactly it is, but there are a lot of precautions on that.
And the other thing was you went to the vaccination clinic in Western U.
Yes.
But that's for general people, not for university students.
Yes, actually anyone can register for that vaccination clinic that we went, but that day it was specifically for nursing students because they were about to go on their internship and their internships require vaccinations.
Okay, so what vaccinations?
We had the flu vaccinations mostly, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice sharing, okay? And I would like to ask about your futures because from the international internships you learn a lot about the US system, US healthcare system, especially the roles of pharmacists in the community pharmacy and hospital. In the near futures, would you like to be a pharmacist who work in the US?
I think if we have opportunity to work there, we love it to work there. But I think it's kind of hard since we need to study and taking the license exam again. So maybe it will take a long way to do this, but if we have opportunity, we can try.
And so just to clarify on that, for us, if we want to practice pharmacy there, we have to take additional 2 years, which Western U actually offers. So the first year is 1 year of studying, and the second year will be 1 year of internship before we have the right to take their license. And so their license includes NAPLEX and also for each state. And so approximately that would be around 3 years, 2 to 3 years maybe, yes, before we are allowed to practice there. So if we can save enough money, maybe that would be an option. But yes, it is highly recommended, and right now Western U is trying to lower that to 1.5 years, so in the future it might be even shortened.
Because many KKU alumni, they work in California
Yes.
as the pharmacists, both in the community pharmacy and in the hospital. Okay, that's all for the group from the Western University.
Thank you.
So the next presentations will be from the Hanyang University. So let's start.
Good morning, Professor and everyone here today. My name isม.ขอนแก Today we are honored to present our professional internships experience in South Korea 2025. Let's begin. Today we will share the key highlights of our journey respectively. First of all, let's begin with the pre-departure preparations. Since we have internship periods was less than 90 days, so we are required to have a passport and apply for the KETA, which is a Korean Electronic Travel Authorizations. When it was approved, we confirmed the accommodations and flight booking. In addition, we also apply for the travel insurance, travel cards, and prepare for the relevant documents such as invitation letters and certificate of student status. Regarding expense, we spent around 20k baht before departures. Next, I will introduce the internship sites introductions. Internship sites at the Department of Chemistry, College of Natural Science in Hanyang University on South Seoul campus. Our building was located at the highest part of the campus, offering a beautiful view and nice atmosphere. And also we are divided into two laboratories. One work at analytical spectroscopy laboratory under Professor Chong Ho-il, and another one work at organic chemistry laboratory with Professor Chong Hyo-lee.
For transportation, after arriving at Incheon International Airport, we bought eSIM and Climate Guard for transportation in Seoul and bought T-Money Guard for traveling outside Seoul. And then we took the airport limousine bus to Gunja Station, which is the nearest station to our accommodation. And to get to the College of Natural Science, we took a bus or the subway about 15 to 20 minutes and then walk another 10 minutes to the college. And there is the living expenses. We spent around 60,000 baht per person for 3 months. And for the accommodation, we stay at House Stay Gunja, which is the duplex room with everything we needed. And the accommodation is located near the popular area in Seoul, such as Songsu, Gangnam, Changsil, Songpa, and Apgujeong. And for food and daily life, there are many restaurants and cafes around the university. And if we want something quick and convenient, we can order the food from convenience store on the campus. And when we have to save money, we cook for dinner in every evening. And this is our research and outcomes. So first, the organic chemistry laboratory. This laboratory focuses on advancing modern organic synthesis. And in every 2 weeks, the lab member present their research progression and discuss the new finding. So in this session, we usually have pizza together. And this is the project it's my project about synthesis of alkenes via the Wittig reaction. In this project, my role is to synthesize the difference of alkene. And the reason for that comes from the recent purpose of synthesis of bromoester via brominium-mediated ring opening of alkenes. So the alkenes is a key material for this reaction. And the overall idea is that benzoyl peroxide react with bromine salts to generate reactive bromine species. And then when this species react with an alkenes, it can form a bromonium ion. And the bromonium ion is the highly electrophilic. So when the benzoyl that generated from benzoyl peroxide attach to the ring and opens it, the ring openings that can produce bromoester, which is the target of this reaction. And because of this method, it aims to test ring opening reactivity with the difference of alkenes. So that's why my project is to preparing the variety of alkenes. And these are the common methods for synthesized alkenes. The first is Wittig reaction and Lilla hydrogenation and Hague reaction. For first, the Wittig reaction is formed alkene by reacting phosphonium halide with aldehyde or ketone, and a base is used to deprotonate the phosphonium halide to become halide. And this reaction proceeds under mild condition and allowing for synthesis of both A and C alkenes. While the Lilla hydrogenation requires handling quinoline and lead, that is the toxic additive. Also, the Hague reaction requires high temperature and palladium catalyst, which is sensitive to air and moisture. So these two methods are more complex and harder to manage and set up. So the Wittig reaction is the most suitable method for synthesized alkenes. So this is the first alkene I synthesized. For the first entry, I used potassium carbonate as a base, and the condition is 75 degrees Celsius for 5 hours. And this is the yield I got. And according to the original reported procedure, the reaction time should be 10 hours, but so I assumed that the low yield was due to the shorter reaction time. So when the second attempt, I increased the reaction time to overnight. However, the yield I got was only 5%. This might likely because the reaction temperature didn't remain in the setup value, because the reaction temperature rose to around 90 degrees Celsius, and it might lose the reagent or decomposition. And because potassium carbonate is a weak base and sparingly soluble in THF, so maybe the reaction becomes the solid liquid system, so that the halide formation is incomplete to formation. And for the third attempt, I used 1 molar potassium tetrohydroxide in THF, and the condition is room temperature overnight. The potassium tetrohydroxide is a strong and soluble base. And this is the solution, so when we add it, it can form instantly homogeneous solution. So the yield I got was up to around 50%. And this is the NMR spectrum. This is the NMR spectrum of starting material, NMR spectrum of crude product, and this is the NMR spectrum of isolated product. And this is the second alkenes I synthesized. For the first entry, I used N-butyl lithium as a base with room temperature overnight. This following the reported procedure. However, the crude NMR was shown only small product peak. So for discussion, the N-butyl lithium is required strictly anhydrous and carefully preparation. So I changed the base to potassium tetrohydroxide in solid form as a convenient base. However, it's no reaction observed. So for the potassium tetrohydroxide as a solid, the act of handling the solid compound, it can introduce to exposure to air and moisture. So maybe it can deactivate of the solid particle of the surface of the base. So it can be inefficiently aligned formation. So then for the third entry, I used 1 molar potassium tetrohydroxide in THF. So it's a different of the form is in the solution. And I got a higher yield is 38.5%. Because of this solution is sealed and prepared under inert and air-free condition. So it ensuring that it's fully active. So it might be can form the halide more successful. And this is the NMR spectrum. And for the third alkene I synthesized, for first I used potassium tetrohydroxide solid form and room temperature overnight. This following the original reported procedure. However, it's also no reaction observed. So then when we change the base into the solution form, I can got higher yield, which is 49%. And this is the NMR spectrum. And the last alkene I synthesized, I used the optimized base and condition. However, the UA was only 12%. Because of this lower, so I used dBm as an internal standard to whether the loss is occurred during the purification or the reaction. And the Cruden value was 50%, so indicating that the yield was lost during the purification by hand column chromatography. And this is all the alkenes I have synthesized. From experience with the Wittig reaction, the yield can be affected by many factors such as base reaction condition and also the purification process.
Next, I will introduce an analytical spectroscopy laboratory or ASL. ASL employs an advanced analytical techniques such as NIR, FTIR, and Raman spectroscopy. This image is shown the lab environment, and we also hold a lab group meeting every Monday to provide project updates and have lunch together. So today I will briefly summarize our project that I work on about preliminary study on the dark dissolution testing using surface enhanced Raman spectroscopy or SIRS. From our background, dissolution testing plays a critical role in pharmaceutical quality controls. So the conventional dissolution testing typically use UV or LC as an analytical tools. However, from our experience, UV have many limitations on sensitivity, while LC is relatively time-consuming and require a large amount of reagents. For these reasons, the key concept is to introduce the new quantitative dissolution method by applying surface enhanced Raman spectroscopy or SIRS. SIRS is an advanced technique that enhances the Raman signal by when analyte absorb on the nanoparticles surface. These interactions create a local electromagnetic called hotspots. This will amplify the Raman signal. As a result, SIRS provide a higher sensitivity and measure with a rapid detections. For preliminary research objectives, first is to conduct a preliminary study on the feasibility of applying SIRS in dark dissolution testing, and the second is to identify suitable APIs for SIRS analysis. For the future work, we try to develop the automated SIRS analysis for a real-time dissolution testing in QC, with a rapid detection and capable to detect a very low concentrations of APIs. So this is an overview of project scheme that I work on, which is divided into 4 parts. First is preparation of gold nanoparticle substrate, and second is preparation of standard solution and establish of calibration curve. Next is we have to perform a tablet or capsule dissolution test in this solution apparatus. And finally, we have to take the dissolution sample using SIRS. So in this study, 5 API was chosen for test for the feasibility on SIRS substrates. These include paracetamol, losartan, phenytoin, metformin, and amoxicillin. These API were selected based on literature review and the molecular structure that contain nitrogen or sulfur compounds. At first, I preparation the SIRS substrate. The gold nano structure and the filter paper were selected as the substrate due to its high stability and easy to produce. I used the gold nano particle with O-methyl hydroxylamine hydrochloride as a reducing agent, fabricated onto the cellulose filter paper and stabilized for 24 hours. After it drying, I used a 4x4 mm sections of substrate to analyze. For the Raman settings, the parameters are setting as follows. Next, I will show the results of SIRS spectra. I prepared the standard solution of each API and measure SIRS using Raman instrument. First API is paracetamol. I use an exposure time of 36 seconds in a buffer solution. The SIRS spectra show a relatively high signal intensity with a concentration-dependent peak at observed at 1258 grid number, and using this peak, I plot the calibration curve and show the R-square value of 0.988, which is acceptable. Next API infinitory. I'm using the exposure time at 36 pounds in the water. The suspect also saw a relatively strong and clear peak, and the peak was observed at 0.1004 grid number, which is the R-square value of 0.994. About the TV API levels, as you can see from the picture, there are low signal intensity and no clear correlations between concentration, so that means it's unsuitable for our search analytics. In conclusion, among all 5 APIs, phenol in sodium show the highest potential due to its strong search intensity and high R-square value. However, real phenol in tablet were unable in Seoul in Korea because it's a prescribed drug. So we have to select paracetamol tablet as a model drug due to its easy availability. Next step, I stimulate the USP dissolution testing using the bigger systems with a magnetic stirred valve. So this is paracetamol tablet where you as 500 milligram. Prepare the solution acid concentration and measure the dissolution sample at a specific time. For search measurement, I use 10 microliter volume of diluted samples were analyzed using search using dot and dry methods. Next, I will show the results. This picture shows the unfiltered versus filtered time across samples. So, as shown in unfiltered graph, we will see the high abnormal peak at the early point. That means filtration step is quite essential to our search study due to it, to ensure that there are the only localized fraction of that were analyzed using search. However, due to its time limitations and search substrate issues, I cannot complete the full dissolution profile of paracetamol tablet because I only use just one substrate. We have to multiple repeat at least different substrates to make a full dissolution profile. What I learned is I can identify 2 factors that quite affect the search. First is the dissolution metric of each API should be studied before performed because it quite influences the search spectrum. And another step is filtration is also important because it makes more accurate. However, for the future plan, we plan to find more API to be a model drug, and by considering more search activities, availability in Korea, and potential impact on studies. If we can choose the drug, we will perform a dissolution testing in a real dissolution apparatus. After that, we can compare the result with RC and try to make a method validations. Finally, I want to share our reflection to this experience. This opportunity made us to step out of our comfort zone and grow both academically and personally. We have a very warm welcome from Professor Chong, our cousin. He will take care of us from our very first day and continues to provide support and advice throughout our journey. Although we are the first group of pharmacy students coming to Hanyang University, we feel both nervous and excited at first because we don't know any information about this place. But finally, we end up with happy memories and meaningful relationship with them all. Also in ASL lab member, they always help me with a lot of things and willing to help. They speak both English and Korean with me and taking me to have lunch with them.
And I would like to sincerely thank to Professor A and all the lab members for taking care and supporting me throughout the 3 months of internship. And for the suggestion about the immigration issue, we would like to suggest that the invitation letter should clearly state about that the internship is unpaid for avoiding misunderstanding. And another suggestion is that it might be better to work in the same project because our project the detail of the project quite new and it had many parts to do. So if we can work together, so it might help us make more progress in the 3 months. And there's the cultural experience. We experience Korean food culture and try many famous local dishes such as tteokbokki, Korean raw fish, makjang, samgyeopsal, twisted donut, and Korean fried rice. And we also try the social drinking culture to sharing soju. And for the traditions, we visit Gyeongbokgung Palace and had a chance to wear hanbok, which is a must-do experience when we visit Korea. And we also attend the Halloween celebration at Hongdae and Christmas market at Lotte World and visit the famous temple in Seoul.
Lastly, during our 3 months here, we had the chance to travel around Seoul almost every weekend. It was a wonderful experience. So it's a city full of life where traditional and modern places were exist together. There are many interesting spaces to capture the pictures or video, such as Gyeongbokgung Palace, Seoul Forest, Namsan Tower. We have picnic in Han River, walking around Jamsil's, reading in Starfield bookstore and take a photo with a yellow-green tree in Angkor Station and eating some food in Gwangjang Market. And we also travel outside Seoul to Suwon to visit a filming location of a famous Korean drama series. That's all our presentation. Thank you for your attention. 감사합니다.
So thank you for your interesting presentation and very cute handbook. So if anyone have any question or any professor have any question? So please.
Hi, terrific presentation. Thank you very much. A bit beyond my understanding a lot of the projects that you did there, so I'll ask some fairly simple questions. When you're synthesizing your alkene, you're losing half of your product in the purification step. That was column chromatography. So have you got any idea about how to improve that purification step?
From the purification of another lab member, they always use the automatic column chromatography. And if we have to use the hand column chromatography, I think it might be some of the products stuck in the silica gel. So maybe if I decrease the amount of silica gel, maybe it can elute the product more.
So you think it was stuck in the column?
Yeah, I think it's maybe stuck, and
You
maybe
checked
it's
all of the fractions. Yeah.
yes, and maybe it's lost during the vacuum and evaporation before I do the NMR test.
So why not use the automatic?
Because in the lab they have just maybe 1 or 2 machines, and all the lab members have to use them, and like we have to reserve it. So for experts and experience can use it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And for spectroscopy, any idea why paracetamol and phenytoin are suitable for SIRS, but your other candidate drugs were not? I mean, I saw the result and I can see that they're not suitable, but do you have any reason why losartan, metformin and amoxicillin?
Personally, I think it depends on how SIRS affect of each API. which is paracetamol and phenytoin is quite have a respiratory effect, and also they have a small molecular weight. That's why two of them are quite have a good sensitivity with our substance.
Okay, so does that influence your future work, the drugs that you might select for SIRS?
Yeah, I suggest that first thing is nitrogen and sulfur atom is required for our API, and also the small molecular weight API should be tested.
Okay, all right, good conclusion. Thank you.
Why the first experiment? Why you use the solid basis in the reaction?
Because first I use the solid of the base, because in the original procedure tell that we have to use this solid 2 gram in the solid powder, so I just follow the original procedure. And it might be because I'm not like professional in this, so maybe the condition is not perfect. So maybe the yield is lower than expected.
I'm quite surprised that the reaction contains the solid, and how about the energy of the molecule that can interact each other completely like that?
I add the THF as a solution after I add a base.
Oh, anyway, it is a solid also after that. Okay, I see. And the second experiment, stereochemistry is not effective to the spectroscopy IR. Do you need this? I just suggestion.
Okay, thanks for your nice talk. Okay, and for the organic chemistry laboratory, I think for the pharmacy student, we don't have experience much about the organic synthesis, right? But you go to the pure chemistry or organic chemistry laboratory, so I would like to ask you about how can you prepare yourself, or I think in the laboratory you have the like a mentor, not professor, right? But the senior student or PhD student have to take care and decide your lab, right?
Yeah, so first when I know the topic that I have to prepare, I have to do the Wittig reaction. And so when maybe the first week I have learned about the Wittig reaction on YouTube and try to find the search molecule and try to find the procedure that using the Wittig reaction for synthesized alkene, and watch YouTube and then writing the molecule and like do the reaction by myself to try to understand the Wittig reaction. And when I do the experiment 2 or 3 times, it's like the same, that not more hard or complex more. So I think just 2 or 3 times is you can do it alone.
And for the NMR study, so they have their own NMR machine in the faculties.
Yes, they have the NMR machine, 2 NMR machine. But if you want to test the NMR machine, you have to go with the senior. Like undergraduate students cannot go in the room by themselves.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Thank you for very useful question from our professors. So
professors, and hello everyone. And now is the session of the overview of internship performance at the Institute of Natural Medicine, University of Toyama. And I'm the first student who will present. My name is Natani Shabunru. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. から始めましょう。This slide I separated into two parts. The first one is my seminar, and the second one will be my journey. Start with my seminar called Isolation of Brazilian Green Propolis Ethanolic Extract. And this is my outline. But before going to my seminar, I would like to talk briefly about my training site, University of Toyama. Actually, this uni has 3 campuses, but for my training site is called Sukidani campus. Yes, and this campus is very extensive as it integrates the academic facilities like classrooms and labs with a university hospital like our university. Yes, and this will be an organizational chart of the Institute of Natural Medicine, or INM. For this rotation, I was assigned to a lab called Section of Natural Products and Drug Discovery, or NDD, which is headed by Suresh Avale Sensei, and the lab is located at Building U15 on the 5th floor. And back to my seminar. For the introduction, the isolation of Brazilian green propolis ethanolic extract. What is propolis? Propolis, or bee glue, is a resinous mixture between the beeswax and plant exudate. And for bees, its benefits are to seal and maintain the hive condition. And for human beings, it also have advantages. Like the advantages have been documented since 300 before Christ for wound healing, bactericidal, antiviral, antifungal, and as local anesthetic. And interestingly, for Brazilian propolis, they are very many colors, depends on the plant source. But today I will focus only for the green one, which come from apical buds and young leaves from Baccharis draconicularia. Chemically, it is rich in the bioreactive components like phenolic acid and flavonoids, which exhibit powerful pharmacological activities, especially anti-cancer activity, which bring us to the core aim of the lab, like to find the combo to develop and treat the pancreatic cancer. Yes, and moving on to the methodology, I used a lot of chromatographic techniques, like for example, TLC or thin layer chromatography is used for optimize the solvent system and group the fractions. And for MPLC or medium pressure liquid chromatography is used for the large scale fractionation, and this technique also allowed me to monitor pressure, adjust flow rate, and collect the fraction for further purification. And next, I also use PTLC or preparative thin layer chromatography, which is very useful for small scale fractionation. And finally, NMR is a definitive to achieve the structural elucidation. And this is the result. As a result shown here for the isolation profile, I have successfully isolated about totally 14 compounds. So I will show you my 3 compounds that I could elucidate the structure, and another one notable unknown. The first one is methylparaben with this TLC plate. And this is a result. To interpret the structure from the spectra, I had to study on NMR lectures, especially hydrogen NMR, and also practice to interpret the result via NMR quiz on many websites. Also, I have to review and compare with the previous researches and also got help from Sensei. This is a reference that I got. Second one is para-cumaric acid, the third band here. And this is the result with the reference. And the third one is dihydrochloride, the fifth band here. And the reason that I choose this band because it has a crystal growth which is very beautiful. So I picked this band and analyzed with the NFR. This is the result and the reference. And another interesting fraction that I still cannot illustrate the structure is the TLC is very clear and beautiful, and you can see a needle-like crystal. Yeah, I think in the future we can elucidate the structure. And in conclusion, this seminar allowed me to bridge the knowledge between the theoretical chemistry and practical application. But however, this work still ongoing because there still remain a lot of fractions that require further isolation and structural elucidation. And in the future, I think Sensei may plan to test these substances against the pancreatic cancer cell lines in order to determine the cytotoxic effect and potential as a therapeutic agent. And for my lesson learned, isolation, I could understand more about the principle of compound isolation, gain a lot of new lab skills, dare to decide, learn about various types of new equipment, and also got an experience on animal interpretation. And for the communication, I get a lot of new Japanese vocabulary and be able to use daily life in Japan. And for the culture, getting in line is totally different from our country. Being punctual and greeting are very important, and using cutlery quite challenging for me. And that's all for my seminar. Then let's relax with my journey. Alright, for my journey, the category of visa is short-term stay, tourism or visiting friends, up to 90 days. And I fly from Suvarnabhumi Airport to the Haneda Airport in Japan. And this is a way to Toyama. By the way, it also had a easy way just fly domestic directly to Toyama Airport from the Haneda. And this is a way to University of Toyama and the dormitory. And the key from dorm to uni is just walking, but the time will depend on your walking speed. And this is a university atmosphere. The work hour is started from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Very natural. And also, this is a atmosphere and lab committee. Alright, to journey outside the lab, I have visited Toyama Prefecture and Gifu Prefecture. Start with the Toyama. Toyama has Toyama Station and the nearby like castle, and also has Toyama Family Park. Yes, and this is a Toyama Glass Art Museum. Takaoka, which has like Great Buddha and Amaharashi Beach, and also a Doraemon hometown. And Kansui Park. And I feel really lucky because I was trained in summer, so I could see a Tatemon Festival and Hanabi Festival in Uozu. Tateyama. And next prefecture is Gifu. This is Shirakawa. Takayama if you guys like have a chance to fly to Takayama, please eat the beef. It's so good. And this is seafood. And the last one, kamikochi. Thank you so much.
So, hello, my name is Thanawat Piasurigun, but people call me Thanawat To. You know, that's Japanese. As you may figure out, I also work at the same place, same laboratory as Natanisha. So since Natanisha talks about the laboratory, I will not talk about the laboratory to overlap. I will talk about two parts, the work and the life in Toyota. Well, we work in the same lab, but I come later from Natanisha. So we work in the same project, but I also work in another project, so I will talk about another project. So this project has a specific enemy called the pancreatic cancer. Well, it's a very dangerous cancer because it has the ability called austerity. It means that it adapts to the low oxygen and low nutrient environment, so it's quite hard to kill. And because of that, it has the 5-year survival rate of only about 8%. So that is the urgency that we need to find a new cure effectively. So imagine this, like there is a cure in the nature already for 1,000 years in the plant or something like that. It's not some fancy philosophy, but it's the scientific mission of our laboratory. So the National Drug Discovery Lab has been doing research for about 10 years, so they have some data. So with that kind of big data, it asks us question that how the molecules work. So I propose to field of science to approach this step by introducing QSAR, which is the field of chemistry that analyzes mass structure of the amplified relationships. And the machine learning field is a field of computer science that teach computers to make decisions. And out comes the project called the Machine Learning Aided Molecular Design for Pancreatic Cancer. A funny story is that this was started as a little secret project, but it turns out to be so good that it has to become my main project. We set a relatively two simple objectives. One is to understand the molecules in the history of the hard work of the. And secondly, we want to create a predictive model that can predict the activity value and the defined feature importance of molecule. In machine learning, we actually have to be careful about the data that we input into the model. So we first have to clean the data first, such as we remove some weird structures from the data, and we remove some weird structures from the data, and we remove some data that is ineffective until we left with a good, trustworthy of 133 molecules. And all this will undergo the machine learning pipeline. I will simplify the technical terms as much as possible. And because I work with mostly computers, not human, so computers understand a molecule a bit different from human. So firstly we have to convert the molecule into the STAR syntax, which is the text representation. But text is still not enough because we know that computers work best with with numbers. So we converted them into the Morgan fingerprints, which is the series of zeros and ones. And since we'll be able to convert them into numbers, it gave us so much potential of what we can do with data. We find the most common scaffold or the core structure in the history of NDD, we found that the most common structure hidden inside data is called 2-phenyl-lysophenylbutyrium. So this stat shows that it may serve as a blueprint to the anti-pancreatic cancer. How about the machine learning itself? In short, it works. Let's look at the graph first. The graph shows the correlation between the predicted value and the true value. So ideally, we expected the R squared to be as close to 1. So it means that the predicted value is close to true value. On training set, it got a 0.8. On test set, it got a 0.6. Since it's lower, but it's not a failure, it's honesty, because in machine learning, you always expect the test set to be somehow lower than the training set, because it shows that the model will learn from the unseen data. But not only that, we have to also, but since this is not enough for the reliability, so I also bring up another QSAR metrics to evaluate model, such as Q2, R2M, R2M, RMSE, ME. Those are metrics that are commonly used in computational chemistry. I will not explain much, but in short, it passed all the criteria. So despite the score of only 0.6 R squared, we can confirm that the model actually understands the chemistry. But the most interesting part is this one, and I get a lot of praise from the professors this slide, because the model does not only predict the activity value, but it also pinpoint the exact location on the molecule itself, where does the activity comes from. For example, the most red area are the part that contribute the most to the activity. It gave us so much potential, such as, let's say I choose one molecule, okay, and then I modify a molecule a bit. I switch from the 7-isopropyl to 7-propyl, and the machine predicted that it will have it about 2 times a better activity. I know all this data without touching any single test tool. So it will become a really, really powerful tool to the chemists and researchers, but we are not trying to replace them. We actually gave them a really data-driven decision-making tool. But it may sound wonderful, but I have to be clear about what the model cannot do. It can only predict the activity from the pan-C1 cell line only. It's not a universal predictor. And it is best for optimizing the molecule rather than designing a new one. But there is one message I want to leave you with. Drug discovery is painfully slow. It takes over a decade for one drug to reach the market. So for the disease that have only 8% survival rate, we maybe do not have that kind of time. So what we have to do is that the cure to the cancer may already exist in the plant, in the molecules, or in a data set. We just got to have the courage to find them and try to understand what we find. That's the most important part. And since I didn't work 24/7, I had a life. I had Saturdays and Sundays to live my life in a little town called Toyama. And as you may say that since I stepped into this place, my world becomes so colorful. Yes, I see the blue, vibrant skies under the snowy white mountains. I breathe fresh air from the green nature. Witness my first ever autumn, seeing the yellow leaves turning into red. So it's quite a wonderful experience. And I recommend you to join this program because you will gain a very valuable experience, and then you can come back next year and tell us more about your story.
So, my name is Natwajan. My internship site is at the Institute of Natural Medicine in Tsinghua University, so different lab from these two previous presenters. So since the previous president already mentioned the internship sites and how to get there, so I'll skip that to save some time. So first, let's introduce ferroptosis. It is the regulated ion-dependent cell death. So it is happen when the cells start accumulating ferrous ion, and then when it meets hydrogen peroxide molecule, it form a Fenton reaction, which create a free radical, which will attack the polyunsaturated fatty acid in the cell membrane and could cause a chain reaction to cause another lipid radical, and then would damage the cell membrane and cause the cell death. And we also have the mechanism to regulate this, that we have like glutathione and then glutathione peroxidase 4 enzyme that could neutralize this radical. And this enzyme can be inhibited with a enzyme inhibitor is RSL3. And another intrinsic mediator that could cause ferroptosis is interferon gamma. In this pathway, it will activate the STAT pathway, which decrease the synthesis of the substructure of the system X6-, which is a protein transporter that would transport the cysteine, which is the precursor of glutathione. And if and when the glutathione synthesis get downregulated, and it would be cause the lipid peroxidation to happen more. Now, the next molecule is 7-THC. This is an intrinsic molecule that got produced in the distal cholesterol biosynthesis pathway. You can see it's the last molecule before it becomes cholesterol. And there are reports that in cancer-resistant patients, there are rising in the level of 7-THC. So there are a correlation. So we want to look further if this molecule is a causation of that. So in my experiment protocol, I will use the 96 well plate and seed 2,000 cells per well, and then incubate it for 4 hours, and then treat it with 7-THC to the final concentration of 25 micromolar. And then we'll incubate for another 24 hours, and then we'll treat the cells with the ferroptosis inducer, RSL3, range the concentration from 0.01 to 20 micromolar. And then it will be incubated for 48 hours, and then we will perform the WSDS assay to count the cell viability. So this whole process will take 4 consecutive days to happen. Not to mention that we have to prepare the cells, like we have to thaw the cell, and then subculture them to stable enough to be used. So this whole experiment will take 7 consecutive days to complete. So it's a very time-consuming process. So for the result, you can see that 7-THC have a protective effect against RSL3 up to 3.2 micromolar, and then the effect starts to fade away at 5 micromolar, and then completely gone at 10 and beyond. So next, we try to use interferon gamma to induce the ferroptosis, but as you can see that it doesn't have any different. In the graph, it may seem different, but statistically, it's not significant. So we try to use a first step in one, which is a direct inhibitor of ferroptosis, and we can see that interferon gamma does not induce ferroptosis, at least in this protocol. So we can say that 7-THC have an effect in protecting the cells from ferroptosis, and it could be a reason why patients get resistant to cancer treatment. And next will be protected by living in Toyama. I live in a share house, which is a house from a foreign a foreigner who moves to Japan. It is a house that has everything that a house would have. It has a kitchen, washing machine, and I can use everything. And the location is like 12 kilometers from the campus, so it's located in the southern part of the Toyama city. So my daily commute is that I will have to ride a bicycle every day, to 12 kilometers each way, so that's 24 kilometers every day. And it would take roughly around 45 minutes per trip, but it saves a lot of money, so I think it's worth it. And so lastly, it would be my traveling outside Toyama, and I have a video to show you some footage of places I have been in Japan. That would be all of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for a very awesome presentation from our three presenters. And the next session will be the Q&A session that we have about 3 minutes left for Q&A.
Yes, it's all mine. Yes. You make all of that video? Yes, all the footage I shot it myself. Yes. Thank you.
I just have a question. Do you really bike for 45 minutes?
Yes, 45 minutes every day. First day it takes like an hour and a half. Since after that, when you finish like getting better and better, it takes less time.
Okay.
it's very nice experiment for all of you guys. Yeah. I would like to know about the cell line that you use. Why you use 41 cell, that is the cell line from mice instead of human-based cancer cell line?
Because 41 cell has it has a reputation of having a resistance to treatment, because we are trying to study about how the cancer cell evade immune cells and become resistant. So this cell is perfect fit. Yes.
Okay. Toyama is my second hometown, but from your video I feel, oh, this is Toyama. Okay. And I think all of you have done a great job there. Okay. And do you have any suggestion, the special suggestion for the new student who are gonna go to the Toyama next year, special? Just one, each one.
So my suggestion is that since Toyama is a coastal line, it located next to the Sea of Japan, so it rains a lot. So if you think you are going to Toyama, you better prepare for rain. You have to buy a raincoat, or maybe if you can afford it, I think you should rent a car for the whole 3 months, so you don't have to deal with the rain at all.
For me, because I was trained in the summer season, so it's very, very hot and very humid. So if you guys go to the rotation 3 to 4 like me, just bring your hand fan or maybe neck fan with you, because when you walk, like the way is quite steep. If you walk from the dormitory to the uni, so I think it's the must thing that you should bring with you. Yes.
I suggest try practice Japanese before going there. It will be a bit like new experience for you, because Japanese people are really shy. They will be ultimately shy if they speak English. So to break that wall, you got to speak a bit Japanese, and they will like change into another person.
Like greeting word, easy
Yes.
word.
Or maybe slang words.
Okay. That's all. Are there any questions? Okay, no. Okay, let's move to another presentations.
Thank you.
So the next presentation will be from the University of Shizuoka from the Japan.
Ohayou gozaimasu. Watashi wa Tatsuko Ueno desu.
Watashi wa Kachanako Shirahan desu.
For today, we would like to present about the international internship rotation 5 and 6 at School of Pharmaceutical Science, University of Shizuoka, Japan. And it is our content today. The first part is basic information. The University of Shizuoka is a public university that located in Shizuoka Prefecture, which lies in the center of Japan and well known of the beautiful mountain Fuji. We have 2 campuses.
The first is Kusanagi campus and Oshika campus. And Kusanagi campus is where we conducted for our internship, and we have 5 schools in the University of Shizuoka. The are composed of School of Pharmaceutical Science, School of Food and Nutritional Science, School of International Relations, School of Management and Informatics, and School of Nursing. Okay, the University of Shizuoka began with the Shizuoka Women's School of Pharmacy in 1916 and became University of Shizuoka in 1987. Okay, right now the Professor Yusuyuki Imai is current the President of University of Shizuoka, and Professor Koichi Kushinari is the current Dean of the School of Pharmaceutical Science. In the School of Pharmaceutical Science, we have 2 undergraduate programs. The first one is Division of Pharmaceutical Science. It's 4 years for bachelor degree and 2 years for master degree. They focus on the drug discovery and development and basic pharmaceutical science, and in the future they will become the researcher or research institution or pharmaceutical company. And the another one is Division of Pharmacy, 6 years for bachelor degree. So they focus on the clinical pharmacy, and they need to pass the OSCE and CBT exam and need to train for 5 months for clinical practice, and in the future they will become the community pharmacist or clinical pharmacist and so on. Okay, we have 3 research fields in the School of Pharmaceutical Science. The first is graduate program in pharmacy. The second is graduate program in pharmaceutical science, and Pacharapoy joined into the molecular toxicology laboratory. And the third is graduate program in pharmaceutical science and nutritional science. And for me, I'm joined into the medical biochemistry laboratory.
Okay, next I will present about the activity that I was assigned during the internship. My project was conducted in the molecular toxicology laboratory, and these are my laboratory members. There are 4 teachers and 2 of them are my supervisors. My research topic was the identification of the PXR antagonist using the dual luciferase reporter assays, and my advisors were Professor Koichi Yoshinari and Associate Professor Ryota Shizu. And it is the content that I will cover today. Let's start with the background. The pregnant egg receptor or PXR is a nuclear receptor that regulates the gut metabolism enzymes such as the CYP3A4. It plays an important role in xenobiotic metabolism and detoxification in the liver and intestine, and can be activated by many drugs and chemicals. For the mechanism, the GANs activated the PXR, and then that activated PXR translocate to the nucleus, and then PXR form heterodimer with the RSR, and that complex will bind to the PXRE or the DNA, and then the co-activators are recruited, and the transcription of the P450 genes is upregulated. And also this can lead to the enhanced gut metabolism and potential drug interaction. For the significance, the excessive activation of the PXR can cause the drug interaction and reduce the drug efficacy, while many PXR agonists are known, but only a few antagonists have been reported. So therefore, identifying new PXR antagonists is important for improving the drug efficacy and safety. For the objective to identify the potential human PXR antagonists using a dual luciferase reporter assays, and to identify the compound that significantly inhibit the PXR activity under the co-treatment with rifampicin. Let's start with the methodology. There are 3 main steps. The first one is selection of the candidates, and the second one is first drug screening, and third one is secondary dose dependency screening. For the step 1, the candidate compound was selected from the list of 412 drugs tested in the 10 micromolar in the human hepatocyte like alpha G cells, and the selection was based on 2 criteria. The first one, CYP3A4 level had to be less than half of the vehicle control, suggesting that possible inhibition of the PXR activity. And the second criteria was the ACTP-mRNA level had to be higher than 0.7 of the vehicle control, which was used as a reliability marker to exclude the cytotoxicity compounds. So based
based on these criteria, 94 drugs were selected for the first screening. So in the first screening, to establish the screening protocol, a luciferase reporter cell was used. The Cosman cell was seeded and reverse transcript on the day 0, followed by the co-drug treatment on day 1 and luminescence measurement on day 2. The assay conclude the recall control, rifampicin, the SPA70, and the co-treatment of the rifampicin and SPA70. So this report shall confirm that the co-drug treatment system can effectively detect the PXI inhibition. First, I will explain how established on the screening protocol. On day 0, Cosman cells were seeded at 10,000 cells per well and reverse transcript with 3 plasmid, which is the luciferase reporter plasmid, HPSR expression plasmid, and vanilla luciferase plasmid as internal control. Total is 100 nanogram per well, and on day 1, the cell were treated with the test compound in the presence of the rifampicin at 10 micromolar. And on day 2, luciferase activity was measured using the large reagent and stop-and-go activity and stop-and-go reagent to evaluate the PXI activity. So in the first drug screening, each condition was treated in the triplicate, and in total 94 candidates were screened with the rifampicin. The compound showing the low PXI activity and low cytotoxicity were selected as a potential PXI antagonist candidates. So for the first drug screening, 2 criteria were applied. First, the induction ratio was calculated and normalized by the vehicle equal to 0 and rifampicin equal to 1. Compounds induction ratio below than 0.45 were considered to show the clear inhibition of the PXI activity, and the second criteria was the cytotoxicity was evaluated using the vanilla luciferase, and a value higher than 0.7 was considered as a non-cytotoxicity. And the threshold of 0.45 based on the inhibition effect of the SPA70, which known as the PXI antagonist. And next is the result of the first screening. At the first stage, there are no compounds that meet the criteria I mentioned. For the second set, one compound met the criteria, which is the etoposide. And on the third stage, there are 10 candidates that met the criteria, which is the geniposide, mitomycin, penicillin G, rhodoxamide, phenoxyprofen, EC4, sulfacarbamide, sulfa-thiazole, coxazidine, and sulfamethoxazole. And on the fourth set, there are 3 compounds that meet the criteria, which is the topotecan hydrochloride, pazopanib, and thioguanine. So in summary, there are 14 out of 94 that passed the first criteria, the first screening criteria. And next, this step 3 is the secondary dose dependency screening. I used the same luciferase reporter assays, and the cell were treated with the rifampicin and different concentration of each compound ranging from 10 micromolar to 0.01 micromolar to evaluate the dose-dependent effects. So based on the results, 9 of the 14 compounds did not show the reproducible PXI inhibition consistent with the representative graph that's shown above. And this is the part of some compound that part of 9 of 14 compounds that did not show the reproducible of PXI. However, we can identify the 5 drugs, which are the etoposide, teniposide, topotecan hydrochloride, and mitomycin, and also thioguanine that show the reproducible inhibition of PXI activity. And among of them, topotecan hydrochloride and also the thioguanine also show the dose-dependent inhibitory effect, where the PXI activity decreased as the drug concentration increased. So the IC50 value was 0.589 micromolar for the topotecan and 1.219 micromolar for the thioguanine. So in conclusion, the first screening identified 14 compounds as a potential PXI antagonist on the induction ratio and cytotoxicity criteria, and in the secondary screening, 5 compounds show the reproducible inhibition of the PXI activity, and 2 of them demonstrate a clear dose-dependent effect. Even though these compounds are anti-cancer drugs and not ideal for their clinical use due to the cytotoxicity, they may serve as a lead compound for developing safer PXI antagonists in the future.
However, ISD limited the clear depiction of the dose dependencies of some compounds. For the future plan, I recommend to experiment under the same condition to reduce the SD and improve data reliability, and also we experiment using the other PXR inducers to confirm the reproducibility of PXR antagonist activity, and also to modify the chemical structure of the PXR candidate compounds to reduce cytotoxicity and improve their safety for potential clinical use.
For the medical biochemistry library, we will focus on the drug delivery system such as lipid nanoparticles or synthetic polymer nanoparticle and so on. So my project assignment is evaluation of pH responsive lipids for mRNA lipid nanoparticles, and my advisor is Professor Tomohiro Asai. MicroRNA or mRNA are small RNA molecules that regulate the gene expression after transcription, including of cell proliferation, differentiation, and apoptosis. So for the naked mRNA, it can rapidly degrade in the bloodstream by the RNase, and because of their negative charge, make them too difficult to enter to the cell. And lipid nanoparticles or LNP can protect them from degradation and improve the cellular uptake and control intracellular uptake. So a part component of the lipid nanoparticles that influence of the microRNA LNP is pH responsive lipids. So in this study, we will focus on the two of pH responsive lipids are composed of HCl1301 and DOP-TMD. So for the aim of this study, we will compare the lipid nanoparticle that formulate with the different of pH responsive lipids in terms of the physicochemical property and the ability to separate the protein. So for the first purpose is to investigate the physicochemical properties of the mRNA LNP prepared with the different of pH responsive lipids. For the component, we will separate into two parts. The first part is mRNA mixture. They are composed of the mRNA 1340, TP, and acetate buffer pH 5.0. And the another part is lipids mixture. The components are composed of the pH responsive lipids, phospholipids, cholesterol, and ethanol. Okay, we will mix the lipid mixture composed of the pH responsive lipid, phospholipids, and cholesterol in a ratio 45 to 10 to 45, and mix them together with the mRNA mixture with the micromixer, and then did the dialysis in water to become the mRNA LNP. So for evaluation, we will evaluate the particle size, polydispersity index, and zeta potential with the zeta sizer, and evaluate the collection rate and encapsulation efficiency with the Ribukin assay. Okay, for the result, all formulation, they have the particle size around 83 to 99, have a PDI around 0.2, have a zeta potential around minus 13 to minus 19, and have the encapsulation efficiency around 82 to 96. For the second purpose, to investigate the efficiency or protein suppression of mRNA LNP prepared with the different pH responsive lipids. So we will mix the lipid mixture and mRNA mixture as at the previous study, and then did the ultrafiltration to become the mRNA LNP. For the protein detection, we will use the A549 as a human lung cancer, and we use the sample, use the LNP sample in different of pH responsive lipid. And for the protocol, we will do the cell seed, and after 24 hours, we will do the LNP transfection, and after 3 days, we will do the cell lysis, and then do the SDH PET and following with the Western blotting. For the results, as you can see, if we use the HCl combined with the DOP in a ratio 1:1, it can show the lower consistency than the other pH level lipids. So it indicating that it can separate the protein better than the other pH level lipids. For the conclusion, HCl1 and DOP are effective pH level lipid for mRNA encapsulation, and all formulation show uniform particles with the PDI around 0.2, and the HCl combined with 1TO1 in a ratio 1:1 formulation had the highest encapsulation efficacy. And for the future perspective, we need to reproducibility study to perform 3 times to confirm the physical chemical property and encapsulation efficiency. Okay, the last part is life in Japan. For the visa application, before you visit to Japan, you need to get the visa first, right? So you need to prepare the document following this schedule first.
For the transportation, after we arrive in Haneda Airport, we travel by the public transportation starting from the KQ Airport line to Shinagawa Station. It takes about 30 minutes, and then we take the Shinkansen to Shizuoka Station. It takes about 60 minutes, and then after that our teacher pick us up and took us to the dormitory. And there were many nearby shops around the campus such as the 7-Eleven, Daiso, Shizuoka Supermarket, and also many nearby the public transportation, which is the JR Kusaki Station, Shizuoka Railway, and also the metro bus, which 100 yen per 20 minutes. And for the accommodation, we stay at the Suzuki-gaoka house, which located very close to the school. It's cost around 22,000 baht per person for 3 months, and it was a traditional Japanese house with a tatami floors. And only 2 of us stay in this house, so we did not have to share any bathroom or any kitchen with anyone. And it is the view from our house where we can see the Mount Fuji. And for about the daily activity, every morning we walk uphill for about 10 minutes through the forest from our house to the school. And my friends told me that time I was literally walk about 18 floors every day. It was very good exercise in the morning. And we usually work in the laboratory from 9:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. And every Thursday we attend the seminar in the evening, which finish around 7:30 to 8 p.m. And these are the pictures that I'm doing the laboratory. The first picture shows the seminar room presentation, and this picture is my days in laboratory, and I often use the clean bench, as you can see on the slides. And at lunch, for Taxpon, she often went to the cafeteria, and this is what the food looked like. Basically, Japanese people use only chopstick for eating, but if you are not used to, you can ask for a spoon or fork. And the meal costs around 500 to 650 yen per meal. But for me, my friend in laboratory bought their homemade food from home, and some of them ordered lunch box, so did I, and it's what the lunch box looked like. And the cost is around 400 to 600 yen per box. And next, for our social activities, like they organized welcome and farewell party for us, and there were also many other parties, like because Japanese people really like parties, they party really seriously and camping a lot. I once joined a party from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. and we changed place 3 times, so it was very crazy. And we also joined the English speaking society club in the school. It's a club that Japanese students and overseas students join, and we communicate only in English. We meet every Tuesday evening to play games, talk, and have fun. After that, we have dinner together until 9 or 9:30, and sometimes we went to karaoke after. And And we also joined the Japanese tea workshop where we learned how to make matcha sencha from experts. And we also went to the school festival where we cook food and sell it at booth with our friends in the club. And we also joined the AED training, which is a mandatory training for overseas students. And we went to the Lisay festival where the local people showed their handmade fireworks. And we also were invited to our friend's house to cook together and have fun. And we also went to game center to play some bowling, dance, or karaoke after laboratory sometimes. And we even cooked the Thai gogi in lab, like in the break room. We prepared the ingredients together and cooking together, and it was very fun. And we also joined the baseball competition between the pharmaceutical laboratory at that time. And this slide shows some of the local foods that we enjoy in Shizuoka and nearby areas. We try rice bowl with raw fish, ramen, curry, seafood, and fried dishes. And this also the local food that we try. As you can see, the first picture is the omu rice. It's a rice with the fried egg, and the blue curry, which is my friend told me that is very famous and I have to try. And we also try many ramen and many raw fish and fried chicken. And Shizuoka is very famous for matcha, and there are many matcha shops. So we had many chances to try the matcha drink and desserts, so they were really good. And during the weekend, we traveled a lot to the several places around Shizuoka. We visited the Mount Fuji, but honestly, when you are in Shizuoka, you can see the Mount Fuji almost from everywhere. And we went to the Noma Zoo, which is really famous for the fresh seafood and raw fish. And we went to the Nihon Dera, where we took the rope to visit the shrine and enjoy the beautiful scenery. And we also went to the zoo to see the polar bear. And we went to the place that are highly recommended for taking a photo with a clear view of Mount Fuji, which are the Makano Farm. There are many great photos. I even tried the swing, which was very good. And we went to the Fuji San Yumino Ohashi Beach. We lined up the stair to the top, and the view of the Mount Fuji at the end was very good too. And we visited Atami to see the autumn leaf and visit shrine and historical palace. And we also went to the Shibi Marikojang land, since the Shizuoka is the hometown of the Marikojang. And we also went to the Disney Sea, Disneyland, Senjuji Temple, Kamakura, and Tokyo Sky Tea, which was decorated with a Christmas theme at that time. And we also went to the Shibuya Sky. And these are the gifts and snacks that we received from our Japanese friends and teachers during the internship. They gave us local snacks, souvenir, handwriting cards, which were very thoughtful and kind. I just like want you guys know that people there are really nice and kind. So this is the end of our presentation. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
So thank you for interesting presentation and very beautiful Fujisan. And next session will be the Q&A session, which we have about 5 minutes left. Do any student have any question?
Okay, is this interesting internship life in Shizuoka? My question is about Lucifer's sale techniques. That did you do the past meet by yourself?
No, they prepared past meet for me.
It is a commercial or in the lab?
In the lab, not commercial.
the instrument that you determine the fluorescence by luciferity?
Is this called luminescence spectrometry? So I'm not quite sure the name. But I use this one, and then in this is an automatic machine. They're gonna put the substance, which is the large reagent and stop and go reagent in that machine. It's automatic.
And is it about the traveling? I think some place I have many. Yeah, it's good that you have a dormitory nearby the university because it is quite new. So I think it's good for students to stay there. Beforehand, students have to take about 1 hour from university dormitory in another campus. But this one is really near, around 10 minutes behind the university. Yeah. Beforehand, it is a forest. Bamboo forest.
Okay, when you were screening your compounds, the 14 that you identified all had a dose-dependent effect. So how did you choose the dose in the first assay to screen and identify your 14 compounds?
You mean the criteria in the second to do the secondary dose dependency screening?
So in the secondary dose dependency,
Yes.
You had a dose-dependent effect, so more dose, more effect. So how did you choose the dose before you looked for the dose-dependent effect in the first screening?
Actually, I have to talk with my teacher, and he said that I need to search for about the SC50 in the research, and then after that we have some concentration that they did in the research, and we decide by ourselves, and they recommend this concentration for me.
Okay, so different concentrations
Yes.
in the first screen. Okay, good. So the other question is, why are you making a pH responsive lipid for a LNP?
Because of actually for the first because of pH level lipid can help the microRNA to enter to the cell. It can make it stable of the formulation.
So that a normal lipid nanoparticle will help the miRNA get inside a cell. So how does making that pH responsive help?
It can change the pH into our body.
So I guess I don't know much about these pH
So
responsive lipids.
actually the pH level lipid, this pH level lipid they have the positive charge, and the mRNA they have the many high negative charge. So it can the pH level try to make it to neutral, in our body.
Okay, thank you.
What is the increment of the miRNA in the future along your research? The profit of
this mRNA can treat in the cancer. Yeah, and in this the professor and senior student told me it can treat in the pulmonary cancer. Yes.
You mentioned that you use pH responsive to chemicals, right? HCl 1301 and DOPTMDEDA. Okay. Are these two commonly already used or published? I mean, for the education? No. So it's a new.
Yeah, actually, for the DOPTMDEDA is the old pH level certificate in our laboratories, and they have like low of encapsulation efficiency. So they want to develop or discover the new one of pH level certificate is the HCl 1301.
Okay, but it seems that if they combine those two together, it can enhance the encapsulation efficiency.
Yeah, but just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Okay. So it means that if they're gonna do the experiment further, they rather use HCl 1301, right? As you mentioned, it's a new one, right?
Yes.
So it's made by this lab, like created by this lab.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Have they have any papers that published earlier?
Actually, we have just only DOPTMDEDA.
Okay. So HCl have not been. Okay. Very interesting.
Do anyone have more questions? ถามได้เลยนะคะน้องๆ
According to your experiments, what could be the potentially obstacle that you're struggling a lot in these international rotations? What could be the obstacle that you guys struggling a lot in terms of doing a labs or experiment?
Like for me, like our professor in laboratory, they like influence speaking English, but some students like they are speaking English very little, so sometimes we have like language barrier, and we need to use the Google Translate or sometimes use hand to explain, like because our friends in lab will teach us how to do the laboratory, not teachers. So sometimes there are language barrier.
Yeah, from as same as of partial point, but I think if you can speak Japanese, it is better. But if you cannot, it's okay. Everyone like try to communicate with you. Don't concern about it that much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for very useful question. So next is the last presentation. So please give the big hand for the next presentation is from the Southwest University from China.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm excited to share our internship experience at the College of Pharmaceutical Science at the Southwest University or Sinan Dashui in China. We spent about almost 3 months there from September to November 2025 during the rotation 5 to 6. And here is a quick look at what we're going to talk about today, starting from the university profile, our arrivals, to the core of our research teaming, and the cultural insight we gain along the way. So let's look at the university. Southwest University or Sinan Dashui is located in Chongqing. It's a huge, beautiful garden-style campus with a pharmacy program that is truly world-class, currently ranking in the top 1% globally. Their research covers everything from bachelor degree to the postdoctoral level, with a heavy focusing on the natural medicine and the medicinal chemistry.
For our pre-project preparation, starting with the preparation for our internship, we are required to apply for an X2 visa, which is intended for a short-term study, which is less than 180 days. And the process begins with submitting the application form online along with the required documents. After the online review is completed, you will receive the visa application certificate, and then you must then bring this certificate together with the required documents and submit them in person at the Chinese Visa Application Center. And the standard processing time is approximately 7 days. And apart from the visa, I have to suggest that regarding the entry rules, when applying for the visa, there will be an option to select the number of entries. And as for X2 visa holder with a single entry visa, once you enter mainland China, you cannot leave and re-enter using the same visa. And you have to, and if you have an urgent matter, during that time, you will need to apply for a visa to return to the Chinese mainland. And for travel, we took a direct flight from Dongguan to Chongqing Airport, which is the most convenient way to get there. And for our arrival experience, on the first day, we had to complete the academic registration process, which was more complicated than we think. And we needed to submit the documents we had prepared in advance at multiple surveys points, one by one. And this included paying the dormitory fee and mandatory insurance, both of which cover the full semester. And unfortunately, we didn't stay for the entire semester. And they also arranged a Chinese SIM card through the university. And compared to the external providers, the university package was actually more affordable and convenient for students. And during registration, we also took official photos and received our student ID card. And with the student ID card, we had to top up money at the cafeteria office before being able to use it. And there was basically operating hours for the service, so we had to carefully check the schedule in advance. And receiving the student ID card was a significant moment for us. Not only could we use for payment and compass transportation, we was allowed to use hot water. With the shower system, we apply inserting the card to activate the heater. And we go during the November to December, so it's very hard for us to shower in the cold water. And there was also a small incident during the registration process. And officially, we were supposed to complete the university registration before reporting to the police station for temporary resident registration. However, we were not clearly informed about the registration schedule that morning, so we must miss the morning session and decided to go to the police station first. And later, when we attempt to leave the campus, we were unable to exit because the university required facial recognition registration. While students can scan out of the gate, at that moment, the police officer then stopped us and questioned us for our status. Fortunately, we were accompanied by Thai student from Huzhou, APU student who helped us explain the situation, and everything was resolved smoothly. And in the afternoon, we returned to complete the academic registration and then proceed with facial recognition enrollment. And knowledge students from certain faculties are supposed to be supported by senior students upon arrival, but we arrived independently and we did not have that formal support system. And so we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Thai junior students from Huzhou.
showing our accommodations, and it is like where we sleep every almost 3 months. And this picture, like if you can see here, you need to use your student card and like top up your money to use the water and the heat, like the heat system in the bathroom.
And for the project assignment, this project was part of an ongoing PhD research under the professor's supervision, and we were assigned to participate in this section during our internship. And the laboratory focuses on investigating the pharmacological activities and underlying mechanism of compounds derived from the traditional Chinese medicine. And the current study emphasizes the anti-tumor effects and ferroptosis-related mechanism of compound HB89 isolated from pyrimidium monocyte.
And now moving on to our work, our main project focusing on the anti-tumor activity of the compound HB89, a natural compounder from the plants Hyperrhinum monogynoms, or in Thai is Jin Sui Tao. Our goal was to investigate how this compound induces ferroptosis, a specific type of the programmed cell death in the liver cancer cell. Through conducting research, we gained hands-on experience in the 4 main areas, which are cell culture, resin blotting, pQCR, and the biochemical assay.
We also have lab techniques during the internship. One of them was a cell culture, and it's a process used to maintain cell viability and expand cell population by transferring them into fresh media once they reach optimal fluency. And in this laboratory, we observed the maintenance of the mice liver cell line, and cell cultures and all procedures were performed inside a class 2 septic cabinet to maintain a septic condition. And we observed that the cells were cultured in standard media such as DNP or RPMI 1640, supplemented with a fetal bovine serum or FBS to support cell growth and as well as the antibiotic. And the cell were maintained in an incubator under the controlled temperature and humidity. And once the cell reached optimal confluency, subculture are then performed, and trypsin was used to detach the adherent liver cell before transferring them into fresh culture media. And for long-term storage, cryopreservation was conducted using a cryoprotective agent, typically DMSO, to protect cell integrity during outdoor low-temperature storage.
Moving on to the next lab technique that we were doing the internship is the Western blotting. The core principle is to separate and identify the specific protein from the complex cell culture mixture based on the 2 key factors, which are molecular weight and the binding affinity with the antibodies. The process starting from the SEF page, where we extract the total protein from our samples and use an electric coolant to separate them by side through a geometric. And since the gel is too fragile for the further analysis, we perform the electroblotting to transfer those proteins onto a stable PVDF or the nitrocellulose membrane. This immobilizes the protein by keeping the separation pattern intact. And the final stage is the detection. We first block the membrane to prevent the blackout noise, then incubate it with the primary antibody specific to our target proteins, and then we add the labeled secondary antibody to amplify the signals. And to finish, we use the specialized imaging equipment to visualize this signal as a band. And by performing densitometry to compare the intensity of this band, we can quantify exactly how HB89 affects the ferroptosis pathway across different treatment groups. And here are the experimental results. This slide shows all the data we collect during our project at the Sinata Swab. But please note that this study is currently ongoing and the data shown here are preliminary. Therefore, they are still in the process of conducting the analysis to ensure the accuracy and reproducibility of the findings. And here's the picture of us in the lab, and this as well. And also, we're gonna talk about the cultural differences. Beyond our time in the lab, we found that the cultural and academic environment in China provide us a very, very unique perspective. We observed a few key areas where the professional life there was quite different from us in Thailand, what we used to. The first one is the working culture. The first thing that we noticed was the intense dedication, and it's really dedication in the lab because it's considered very normal for researchers to work from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday.
This level of discipline was much more intensive than our previous experiences, and it really showed us their commitment to the field. And another one is the academic pressure. We also feel a strong sense of the academic pressure and competitions. There is a constant drive to produce high-quality research outcomes, which create a highly motivated and demanding environment for everyone in the group. And the next one is the hierarchy and seniority system. In terms of the teamwork, the research group operate under a clear structure. Role and authority are very well defined, making the atmosphere more formal than the flexible relationship-based style we usually have in Thailand. And another one is we found that the communication was really direct and task-oriented. Instead of more informal interaction we are familiar with, the focus in the lab was really stick on the roles.
And for the skills and outcome, during this exchange program, we developed both technical and soft skills. In terms of data analysis and literature research, we also conduct a mini literature review on topics. And for the technical lab skills, we can expect on molecular biology and protein analysis and cell project as well. And for the soft skills, we also have been improved, especially adaptability, cross-cultural communication, and language skills through working with Chinese colleagues and adjusting to a new academic environment. And for challenge and recommendation, although our involvement was merely observational, this experience allowed us to better understand how they contribute to pharmaceutical research. And our major challenge during this exchange program was the language barrier, and the environment was mainly Chinese speaking with very limited use of English. And during our 3-month stay, only a few people could communicate in English. And in the laboratory, all materials, including chemical names, software, and manuals, were entirely in Chinese. This made both academic work and daily communication more challenging. And we recommend having a good Chinese language proficiency in listening, speaking, reading, and writing would be best for having an internship in China. And preparing in advance and understanding technical terminology in Chinese will also help you adapt faster and communicate more effectively in both academic and daily lives. And this is a picture of our lab in Southwest University. We also spend a lot of time on campus, which is large and beautiful. Taking with local students and showing around the university help us seeing things from different perspectives. And this experience was not only about research, but also about learning to adapt, becoming more independent, and understanding different cultures better. And beyond our laboratory, living in Chongqing was a new and meaningful experience for us. And since it was our first time living in China on our own, we had to just meet to new things. This photo shows some outdoor life and the time we spent exploring the local culture actually. And during the stay in China, we also had the opportunity to visit Beijing. It was interesting to experience different atmosphere from Chongqing with the temperatures of -10°C almost every day. We visit historical places and learn more about Chinese history and culture, and seeing the contrast between the two cities makes our time in abroad even more memorable. And this is also our food that we have in China. Very varied.
I'm just wondering, have you practiced or learned some Chinese before you went for your intent?
We absolutely learned some Chinese, but when we are going there and working in the laboratory, many terminology in Chinese.
Yeah, like especially with the substance, they also have the name in Chinese. Like if we say like ethanol, like if we're going everywhere, they're gonna know like what we want, right? But when we went to when we went to China, like they don't understand like what ethanol means.
Yes.
So we have to learn the specific word. Like ethanol is Ji Chun, E Chun. Yeah. So they have the specific terminology for everything there.
Even the ethanol.
Yeah, even the ethanol.
Then how do you survive then? I mean, how would you know this every time this is ethanol, this is something else? Yeah, how
we exchange language.
Yeah, so like every time we've been in the lab, so we have one senior going with us all the time. Like they're gonna show us every substance that we want. So we ask her like, oh, we want this and we want this, and she gonna like put it for ourselves. Yeah.
And everything was under the supervision of PhD students. We can never be on in the laboratory independently.
Okay, it's good that under supervision because you cannot, you didn't know, right, what is the substance. So it's good to have a senior student with you, okay? I don't think that's kind of a problem. I would rather look at it in another perspective that, oh, okay, you go to another culture and they don't use their English as a native language, right? So you learn Chinese from that, and then right now you know, oh, what that's chemical ethanol called in Chinese, right? Okay.
Yes, it's better to learn Chinese too. Like we almost in one year we learn a lot of vocabulary.
Yes, we with the communication with the Chinese colleague, and they're very nice to us as well. And they taught us a lot of our work in the laboratory, and they also bring us to have some food and taught us many culture in Chongqing as well.
Since you practice in the lab, how do you think about the instrument there? Are they like very advanced compared to our faculty?
I don't think they have more advanced, but like they have a lot. So like you don't need to like put a queue for using that instrument. So like they have like one room for his PLC, and in that room they have about 20? Yeah, they have like one room and have like 20 his PLC, and that room is just only for one lab. Yeah, so like another lab gonna have another room. Yeah, so like they have a lot of instrument but not in advance.
So whenever you want to use it, it's ready for you to use, right?
Yes. Like maybe every student they have their own.
Even the software, also the software is everything is Chinese.
That's quite surprised me at first because when they publish paper, they publish in English, right? I would have thought that's like chemical name, very universal, right? They would have put English or maybe together, Chinese and English together, no?
Actually, no. Like I can show you a picture of the program that we use. As you can see here, is the program, and it's all in Chinese. And like for the keyboard here is in English, but like when you type, it's gonna be in like you type pinyin, and then it's gonna show you are in the Chinese character. So I think basically you have to know a lot of Chinese before we're there, just to survive.
At first, we also have some expectation as a professor, since they all have the research in English for every professor. But we know that during the process it has to be done in Chinese because it's what they learned.
So it's good to learn a new thing, a new experience.
Yes.
Oh, and you did mention that you feel that it's very competitive, right?
Oh, yeah, it's very competitive.
How can you feel that, what made you feel that it's very competitive there in the same lab or something like that?
So like under one floor, right? They have one floor for one lab under one professor, and in that lab you're gonna have like a separate team of the like as I told you, they have the team of research ranging from professor and then like final year of PhD student going down to master, going down to undergrad, like undergrad student there. Like if so, okay, basically in China they study 4 years to finish pharmacy degree, and then the student in year 2 and year 3 they must know if they wanna do the master or the PhD course. So they're gonna ask the professor to participate in the lab since they in year 2 or year 3. So like that's why it's called research team. And between the team, they're gonna have some, I think, competitive environment, but like we can feel the strong something, like sometimes, but like, for example, like when we go in there, right? So we need to learn Western blot technique almost 1 month before doing the real experiment because they don't want us to know the results. Yeah, like you need to be expert for something before you're getting in the real ones.
And the competitive one I felt about in this university is their working hour was like insane. They work from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. The latest time we worked in the laboratory was like 8 p.m. But our PhD senior haven't go back home yet. They have to finish the timeline because they also have the class to attend to as well. So their working was really easy.
But you come from Thailand, so maybe they don't use the same criteria with you, right? You only go for internship.
At first, we also come back late, but as
I think like our dorm is really far from the faculty, and we need to take the shuttle bus. And the last shuttle bus is like actually it said at 9 p.m. But like when we been there, it somehow only 7:30. There no any shuttle bus that come around the faculty. So yeah, so somehow we need to ask to leave first. Yeah.
So I think maybe this is the first time, right? That you are the first lot that go there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Since you're the first lot, what would you recommend the next lot to go there?
Alright, so we have we have recommendations. The first one is the student going there need to learn Chinese. Maybe like when we both go there, every student asking us like for which score of your HSKs. And we don't have that one, right, because they don't apply, but like the student there think that the student that going next year should have the HSK at least 4. The 3 is average and the 4 is the upper intermediate. So you need to have the HSK score just to live in China. And the next thing is
the experience would be smoother if we had someone guiding us step by step at the first day of our journey, because we've been through a lot of troubles. And there are also some students from University going as well, and that's lucky for us because they have some junior to take them to guiding step by step of how we should do it the first day, and we tag along with them.
Yeah, we just take along like Puso. They have the course that the bachelor degree, I think 2 years in Khon Kaen and 2 years in Southwest, and we going there in the same day as they're going. So maybe just we collaborate with Puso to have someone to bring like going to do the registration process, because it's very important in China. If you're not making full registrations, you're gonna get caught by the police. And it's really recommended to have the collaboration with Puso because we're going every year.
So you mentioned that there's no orientation for you, right, in the day one. Okay, so maybe I think next lot, if we can communicate with them, with the faculty of pharmaceutical science there, I think they can provide, if they provide orientation, that would be better.
I
yeah, I think orientation is better, and someone who bring you around is better too. Like you need to go into the city to the police station and talk to the police about your registration at the first, like within 24 hours when you go into China with the visa that we go in. So yeah, as usual, it's gonna be better if someone bring you to that police station because it's really hard to like to get to the police station and talk to the police.
Yes, we foreigner, we wouldn't know that, right? Yes. Alright. You survive. You learn new experience. Yeah, it's a good thing. So, I think right now you can speak some Chinese, right?
Yeah, some like really important like.
Show us. Show us. 一点点也可以啊。
Just a word, just to survive. Like when you going for having a lunch, like you need to go to out แบบlike ชื่อถามอาหารค่ะ
Yeah, is that you will use the Chinese the most, not elaborate, but in ชื่อถาม You have to eat to survive, and you have to learn to order some food.
ต้องกินหัวกัวได้กินอยู่ใช่ไหมหม้อไฟอ่ะหัวกัวฉงชิ่งหัวกัวที่เหมือนชาบูแต่มันจะมีเผ็ดๆอ่ะที่หนูถ่ายรูปให้ดูเมื่อกี้เหมือนมีหม้ออะไรตั้งไฟอยู่อันนั้นหัวกัวหม้อไฟ
But in China is like really high tech because we don't have to talk with them. We just like sit on the table and then order on the phone.
Okay.
You don't even have to scan. You just like
just put your phone on the table and then your mobile gonna like swap up with the menu and then you just order by yourself. So that's why another way that we survive in China.
Yes, very high tech indeed.
And another thing that we really recommend, the first day you go there, you need to buy the Chinese mobile SIM. Yeah. Because it's really important for you to doing everything. I mean, everything in your life connect to your phone. So please don't lose your phone and have the spare of your phone because even you have like doing the laundry, you need to use your phone to book the laundry and going to pay by the phone and everything. Yeah, like everything in your life is connect to your phone. So
they Chinese people, some of them don't have to use phone because they can use biometric. Like
can use only your hand just to put here and then you're gonna scan by cut the money in your account. Also some month they're going to scan your eyes. Yeah, so it's really high technology in that way.
So do you get to the stage with biometrics?
No, it's only the people who got the PR or the long-term visa. They can. Yeah, we don't have access because we need to go to first thing you need to have the bank account first that connect to your mobile app. But since we have only short-term visa, we cannot have the bank account. But other people that have the long-term visa, they can get their accounts and then they can connect to the phone. And after you got that, you're going to ask to the mart that can you do the biometric tool for us, and then you can use your hand or your eye just to pay everything you want.
It's not available to people on temporary visas.
Yeah, it's not. It's not about
the biometric was only for student gate. Yes, you have to.
You did have to record biometrics for that.
Yeah. As you see in this picture, as you see here, this picture is the every day of the school. You have to use your face to going out and going in. And if you don't have, if you're not, cannot access to this, the police at the gate gonna ask you who are you? And then they're gonna bring you to the police station. And we almost get caught by the first day of doing that. So please don't have to register your face at the university before.
Were the police nice to you?
The police, they because nature of the Chinese people, they're gonna show they're gonna shout to you they're gonna ask.
But they're very kind.
They're really kind. They the way they speak to us and in a lot of crowded people at the gate and you cannot access at the entry and then they're gonna look at you who are you? And especially as we are foreigners, so yeah, they got a lot of eyes. Yeah.
They could spot it straight away.
Yeah.
They didn't speak Chinese to you.
Yeah, they speak Chinese to us and as he is a police, so it's really stressful moment.
Or you can just call him 大哥 and he will be like so.
Yeah. Like 大哥 like we all ask him like 大哥 yes yeah every people gonna be really nice to you if you don't know anything just say 大哥
It looks like charm might have been the most important skill to be able to survive.
Okay. Maybe the last questions. Okay. Not questions. It's like a sharing. Okay. So when you there, we have like a former student from our KKU that got the scholarships. Right?
We'll be going same day as Peking. We're going together, 3 people, right?
We almost got caught together.
Yeah, we all got caught together, like 3 people in Southeast.
Okay, and Peking will continue his PhD there, maybe for 4 years.
Peking said 2 years.
2 years.
She really smart.
Okay. So maybe she will be the next mentor for some KKU student there at the Southwest University. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for your nice sharing and very challenging experience in China. Okay.
So thank you for your presentation and thank you for invitation. And that is all for today. Me as the presenter and for our junior, we thanks and we wish that our junior gain something from our presentation, and we wish that the next year you will talk about your internship for us. Thank you. Thank you, Professor and everybody.
I just made a comment to the other Ajahn. Thank you very much for your presentations today. They were very good. I really enjoyed them. They were all interesting, limited to the amount of time we could spend asking questions. Thank you very much for very interesting presentations. Group photo.
โอเคเด็กๆมูฟมาข้างหน้าดีไหมคะเดี๋ยวเราแถวน่าจะเป็นแถว2แถวนี้ดีไหมพี่เจี๊ยบแถวตรงกลางนะคะเดี๋ยวให้พี่หลานถ่ายรูปให้
จ้ามมาตรงนี้
เดี๋ยวถ่ายเอานั่งแรกไหมอย่านั่ง
สู้พ่อ
เดี๋ยวถ่ายยังไงเดี๋ยวถ่ายนั่งตรงนี้ก่อนเนาะแล้วอีกรูปนึงถ่ายขึ้นไปบนเวทีดีไหมคะโอเคเดี๋ยวเรานั่งตรงนี้ก่อนค่ะเด็กๆแถวเนี้ยนั่งเลยอาจารย์นั่งหน้า
อ๋อ
yes first น้องๆมาด้วยนะคะน้องปีอะไรน้องปี5น้องปี5กับพี่ปี6ค่ะขอบแถวนี้ก็ได้นะเด็กๆนะคะใช่สองตัวน่าจะได้มานั่งข้างๆอาจารย์ได้เลยเลื่อนมานั่งข้างๆเนี่ยเอาเก้าอี้มานั่งข้างๆค่ะใช่ เดี๋ยวอีกรูปหนึ่งนะคะอีกรูปหนึ่งดีไหม yes yes เดี๋ยวเรายืนเอาแถวๆนี้ดีไหมคะลูกยืนแบบ เปิดแล้วเอามาเลยยืนใกล้ๆกันชิดๆกันก็ได้ค่ะลูกแล้วก็บางส่วนอยู่บนลำได้ไหม
พอไหมพี่ตั้มพอไหมหรือว่าให้บีบพอไหม
ได้อยู่ครับได้โอเคได้ครับข้างหลังโอเคจานเป็นหมดนะ1 2 3 one more 1 2 3ท่านบ้างอากี 1 2 3โอเค thank you
ค่ะ